Chapter 701, Light Beasts Chapter. All the major factions who wanted to vie for first place mobilized their forces to study what kind of companion beast the Origin Realm King was, as well as its various abilities. Without a doubt, the Origin Realm King's most terrifying ability was invisibility. Even Primordial Sword Immortal couldn't find it. This was an extremely terrifying ability. In addition, it was also probably very fast. Otherwise, even if it was invisible, it would be difficult for it to dodge Primordial Sword Immortal's high-speed sword beams. Based on these 2 points, professionals began to study and analyze various possibilities. Everyone was constantly paying attention to the rankings. As there were less than 72 hours left, there was a chance that someone could challenge the Origin Realm King at any time. In fact, other than first place, there were already many people with lower rankings challenging those with higher rankings. They hoped to obtain a better spot before the ranking matches ended. In the final 72 hours, there was only an hour to accept the challenge. If one didn't accept the challenge within the hour, they would automatically be declared the loser. Zhou Wen was also studying Origin Realm King. After watching the battle between Origin Realm King and Primordial Sword Immortal, he had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. After getting the video to watch carefully, he still failed to see any problems. Origin Realm King's invisibility ability could be said to be perfect. He couldn't find any flaws. No matter how strong Primordial Sword Immortal was, no matter how strong he was, it was useless against an enemy who could casually appear beside him. All companion beasts have their weaknesses. Is the invisibility ability of the Origin Realm King really that perfect? Zhou Wen didn't believe in absolute perfection. Just like Torch Dragon's bright torch vision world, such a powerful skill could be nullified with just a mirror. Origin Realm King's invisibility was indeed very powerful, but Zhou Wen felt that it definitely had a weakness. It was just that he hadn't discovered it yet. Just as the various factions were nervously studying it, a companion beast named Light Beast suddenly challenged the first-ranked Origin Realm King. Light Beast. Isn't that a companion beast of the family clan of gods? I heard that it has the power of light, but its combat strength isn't strong. At best, it's about the level of Inferno Dragon. It's far inferior to Primordial Sword Immortal. How can it challenge Origin Realm King? Could it be that the family clan of gods has found the weakness of the Origin Realm King? Can Light Beast restrain Origin Realm King? Everyone was puzzled as they waited for the battle to begin. They wanted to know from this challenge if the family clan of gods had really found the weakness of Origin Realm King, or if they had other motives. Lai Xuan organized the members of the Xuanwen Club to watch the battle in front of a cube. Zhou Wen followed them to the cube. He had a nagging feeling that Origin Realm King's invisibility wasn't that perfect. Holy SHT, don't tell me everyone in Luoyang is here, Lai Xuan said gloomily as he looked at the crowd. They were still a few streets away from the cube, but they were already unable to proceed forward. They could only see human heads bobbing about. They couldn't see the cube at all. That's not surprising. The various companion beasts that appeared before, including Primordial Sword Immortal, might be very powerful, but they could at least be clearly seen. However, this Origin Realm King is completely different. You can't even see it. The unknown has a fatal attraction to human curiosity. Everyone wants to know what kind of companion beast Origin Realm King is, Lai Weiyang said. At this distance, we can't see a thing. We might as well stay at home and watch from our phones. It was rare for Huang Jai to join them. He was actually very interested in the abilities of various companion beasts, so he participated in the Xianxia Club's excursion. Of course, he mainly wanted to reproduce the data and abilities of these companion beasts in-game. After the ranking battles began, Huang Jai had been analyzing the abilities of the companion beasts. He planned on using them as prototypes to create some game bosses. If there's really no other way, let's find a quiet restaurant and watch the live stream, Gully suggested. He felt that watching the live stream was no different from watching from the cube screen. Zhou Wen also felt that they were too far away. Even Truth Listener couldn't reach such a distance, but they couldn't barge through the crowd. Lai Xuan's heart suddenly stirred as he said to the silent Gu Dian who was at the rear, "Old Gu, walk ahead of us." Zhou Wen and company's eyes lit up, as they knew what Lai Xuan was thinking. They hurriedly made way for Gu Dian to take the lead. "Stop squeezing. You, ah." A fierce-looking man felt that someone was trying to squeeze past him. He opened his mouth and wanted to curse, but just as he did so, he turned his gaze over. When he saw the person, his legs trembled in fear and he nearly fell to the ground. He hurriedly shut his mouth and retreated in fear. He looked fierce himself, but when he saw the person squeezing through, he was so frightened that his heart pounded and cold sweat broke out on his back. He had never seen such a ferocious person in his entire life. He was very worried that the other party would directly stab him to death. Therefore, he kept retreating, forcing out some space to make way for the person. Gu Dian ignored him and continued walking forward. Zhou Wen and company lined up and followed closely behind Gu Dian. For some reason, they felt the thrill of cutting through a line that spanned several streets. The streets were extremely crowded. Everyone wanted to squeeze in, but no one was willing to give in. There were even quite a number of people who had verbal disputes. However, Gu Dian successfully passed through the crowd. It didn't look difficult at all. Before long, Zhou Wen and company arrived at a suitable distance. It was equivalent to the best seats in a theater around the 6th or 7th row. They waited for Origin Realm King to accept the challenge. As it only had an hour to accept the challenge, and it took Zhou Wen and company quite a bit of time to rush over, there were less than 10 minutes left. Yet, Origin Realm King still hadn't accepted the challenge. It can't be. Origin Realm King hasn't accepted the challenge. Could it be that Light Beast is really its nemesis? It's really possible. Under the light, darkness has nowhere to hide. Perhaps it's really the nemesis of invisibility. No matter how great a nemesis it is, Origin Realm King is an existence that can fight Primordial Sword Immortal. It would be odd if Light Beast could have an effect on it. As people were arguing, they saw the name on the arena flash. Origin Realm King had accepted the challenge, but they didn't see its figure. Everyone knew that Origin Realm King had already appeared in the arena, but they just couldn't see it. Light Beast clearly knew this, so it didn't hesitate to launch an attack. Light emitted from its body like a sun, illuminating the entire arena. This was its Wheel of Destiny's power, Light Ray. Chapter 702, Perfect Companion Beast. I see. This Light Beast is using attacks indiscriminately to force out Origin Realm King. No matter how invisible Origin Realm King is, it can't really disappear. Such an attack is very likely to find its traces, Gully said. Sadie nodded and said, Light Beast is a mythical companion beast of the family clan of gods. Its wheel of destiny is called Light Ray. Although its offensive power isn't strong, its range is very large. Furthermore, it can last for a long time. It's suitable for restraining invisibility. From the looks of it, the family clan of gods didn't find a way to restrain Origin Realm King. They just want to use this method to figure out what kind of companion beast Origin Realm King is. Zhou Wen and company stared at the cube's huge screen. The light illuminated the entire arena. If anything was in the arena, even if it couldn't be seen, it would be injured by the light rays. Even if it couldn't be injured, it would have some reaction. Strangely, nothing happened across the entire arena. The light rays didn't meet any obstacles, nor did they collide with any forces. Neither did the light refract. That's strange. Could it be that Origin Realm King is really an invisible and intangible spirit body? Impossible. If it's really an invisible and incorporeal spirit body, how could Origin Realm King directly attack Primordial Sword Immortal during the battle? It definitely has a form. As you can see, Light Ray has already enveloped the entire arena. If it really has a body, it's impossible for it to not react to the light ray. Perhaps it's some temporarily incorporeal skill. It shouldn't last long. The various families were discussing how Origin Realm King had dodged Light Ray, but they couldn't make an accurate guess. Light Beast continued shooting out Light Ray. It could do so for several hours, so there was no need to worry about it being ambushed by Origin Realm King. Just as everyone was discussing, they suddenly saw the nose and face of the Light Beast crater as though it had been smashed by an invisible fist. Then, Light Beast flew out, bleeding from its 7 orifices. It died immediately, without even having the chance to surrender. Instantly, everyone broke out into a cold sweat. Many people had guessed that Light Beast was no match for Origin Realm King. However, no one expected Light Beast to lose so tragically. Not only did it fail to force out Origin Realm King, but it was even killed in one strike. Clearly, the difference between the two was too great. Light Beast couldn't even withstand one strike. The family clan of God's plan had failed, and they had even lost Light Beast. It's really too powerful. It has invincible invisibility and invincible strength. It's practically a perfect companion beast. If Origin Realm King wants to assassinate someone, I'm afraid no one in this world can escape its assassination, right? Just the thought of it is terrifying. What primordial sword immortal? What death of the underworld? Compared to Origin Realm King, they are so weak. I wonder who was so lucky to obtain a companion beast like Origin Realm King. The ordinary citizens of the Federation were discussing the topic of Origin Realm King. In the battle against Primordial Sword Immortal, people were still doubtful of Origin Realm King's strength. However, killing Light Beast in one strike had allowed Origin Realm King to truly ascend to the throne. It left a deep mark in the history of human companion beasts. The various families began their intense research and analysis work. They had used all sorts of high-tech equipment to record videos, so they repeatedly studied and analyzed them. However, no matter how they analyzed and studied it, Origin Realm King's invisibility was perfect. Light Beast's indiscriminate light ray couldn't touch its body at all. It was even killed in a frontal attack. This capability was terrifying and made one feel uneasy. Just as the man on the street said, Having Origin Realm King was equivalent to having the most terrifying assassin in the world. Even the members of the 6 families were worried that they would be assassinated by Origin Realm King. If Origin Realm King was from overseas, the Federation would be in even more danger. Even if it was a companion beast of the Federation, it would be equally intolerable. It was like a sharp blade hanging over one's neck. It was unknown when it would land. Furthermore, the person holding the blade wasn't them. Repeated studies and analysis ensued as everyone in the world wanted to find out the weakness of Origin Realm King. I wonder if the power of Origin Realm King can augment its master, Feng Qiuyan said in thought. I don't think so. It's already invincible in this state. If it can augment its owner, wouldn't it be like a bug in games? Lai Xuan curled his lips. It's not impossible. Just like the invisibility cloak that once caused a stir, it can make people perfectly invisible. No reconnaissance method can see its existence, said Huang Jai. Sadie seemed to know something about the invisibility cloak as she continued. Although the invisibility cloak can result in complete invisibility that can't be detected, there's a time limit. It can only maintain an invisible and formless state for a period of time. Usually, it's just invisibility, but it can still be detected by special means. Just like the light ray from Light Beast just now, it can expose the invisibility cloak under normal conditions. If not for that, the Zhang family wouldn't have been able to successfully return the invisibility cloak to its companion egg form back then. The few of them discussed as they walked. Zhou Wen didn't say a word. He had a nagging feeling that something was amiss, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. After this battle, no companion beasts challenged Origin Realm King again. This was because no one wanted to risk having their companion beasts killed. No mythical companion beast was easy to come by. Knowing that it was suicide, no one was willing to do it. The various factions could only keep researching and analyzing, hoping to find the weakness of Origin Realm King. However, in the blink of an eye, there were only 48 hours left. No one could figure out the weakness of Origin Realm King. They watched the video so many times, but they couldn't even tell where Origin Realm King was, much less figure out what it looked like and what weaknesses it had. Now, many people believed that Origin Realm King was probably going to take first place in the ranking battle. Up to now, no companion beast could restrain it, and there wasn't much time left. Zhou Wen had been studying the video the entire time as well. After repeatedly watching it, he failed to find the location of Origin Realm King. Could it be that the invisibility ability of Origin Realm King is really that perfect? How many modes of invisibility are there? Spirit bodies are considered one of them. Origin Realm King is most likely a spirit body. However, from its attack patterns, it seems to have a corporeal body. Also, total invisibility is impossible. If it's just total invisibility, it will definitely be detected by light ray. Then, there's the type akin to invisibility cloak that can temporarily turn into nothingness. From the looks of it, this possibility is the highest. Also, it could be as small as primordial spore, so it can't be seen. However, no matter how small it is, it should react when it's shot by the omnipresent light ray. Wait, that's not right. Zhou Wen seemed to think of something. Chapter 703. Zhou Wen's Speculation. Zhou Wen carefully recalled Origin Realm King's 2 battles, and specially watched a few important parts of the recording. The things that he originally felt were amiss gradually became clearer. If I view Origin Realm King as a companion beast similar to Primordial Spore, or something even smaller than Primordial Spore, so small that even the Holy Hell King's eyes can't see the sin flames on its body. Wouldn't that explain why Primordial Sword Immortal's sword beam can't hit it? It's not because its speed is so fast that Primordial Sword Immortal can't hit it, but because it's too small. In that case, its strength definitely can't be too strong. Therefore, although it looked like it was thrashing Primordial Sword Immortal in all sorts of ways, it was actually unable to kill Primordial Sword Immortal due to its insufficient strength. Zhou Wen continued surmising. The battle with Light Beast proved this point even more. Light Ray was everywhere. If Origin Realm King was really in the arena, it would probably trigger a reaction to Light Ray. Even if it can turn into nothingness, at the instant it attacked Light Beast, it should have collided with Light Ray. However, despite repeatedly watching the recordings, nothing whatsoever happened. Light Ray didn't collide with anything from the beginning to the end. Then, there's only one explanation. Ever since Origin Realm King entered the arena, it had already drilled into the body of Light Beast. Therefore, Light Ray couldn't illuminate it no matter how vast the rays were. It wasn't in the arena at all. Furthermore, Origin Realm King used this ability to destroy Light Beast's body or brain. Then, it used an ingenious opportunity to come out of its nostrils and strike Light Beast. It looked like it was extremely powerful and instantly killed Light Beast. In fact, it had already wreaked havoc in Light Beast's body. The Light Beast was almost dead. Not only did it kill Light Beast, but it also made everyone believe that Origin Realm King's destructive power was extremely powerful. It concealed its greatest weakness, preventing others from easily challenging it. What a good plan! The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. He brightened up. Although he had guessed the various possibilities of Origin Realm King, defeating it wasn't an easy task. Even Truth Listener's ability, and the Holy Hell King's eye couldn't discover its existence. Its body was definitely much smaller than Primordial Spore. It had probably reached the level of an atom. Primordial Spore can parasitize large creatures, but it's not that effective against those that are smaller than it. Torch Dragon's bright Torch Vision world should be able to kill it. But if it enters Torch Dragon's body before Torch Dragon activates bright Torch Vision world, then bright Torch Vision world will be useless. After some thought, Zhou Wen realized that the Origin Realm King wasn't easy to deal with. It was very easy to fight Origin Realm King to a draw. With the strength it displayed during its battle with Primordial Sword Immortal, Zhou Wen only needed to use Tyrant Behemoth to challenge it. No matter how it attempted to drill into Tyrant Behemoth, it couldn't cause any injuries. However, it wouldn't be easy for Tyrant Behemoth to find and kill it. I wonder what kind of companion beast Origin Realm King is. If it's a fungal or bacterial type, perhaps I can send Tai Sui to deal with it. Zhou Wen thought to himself, but he didn't immediately attempt it. After all, everything was just Zhou Wen's speculation. Tai Sui was only at the epic stage. If his speculation was wrong, or if the Origin Realm King was just small in size and wasn't a companion beast like a fungus, Tai Sui wouldn't be able to restrain it. Wouldn't that lead to a tragic death? There were still more than 2 days left. There would definitely be companion beasts challenging Origin Realm King, so Zhou Wen planned on taking a wait-and-see approach before deciding if he should send Tai Sui. Even if he were to send Tai Sui, he would have to wait until the time was almost up. Otherwise, with Tai Sui being so weak, it would be easily defeated by other mythical companion beasts even after he defeated Origin Realm King. While waiting for Origin Realm King to be challenged, Zhou Wen didn't idle. He continued grinding in game. Ever since he knew that killing guardians could advance Slaughterer, Zhou Wen had been targeting them. Unfortunately, the one in Ant City was just too powerful. After some thought, Zhou Wen decided to target the 9 black dragons in the underground sea. I have quite a number of mythical companion beasts now. I have the ferocious pair, Behemoth and Truth Listener, and Torch Dragon's bright Torch Vision World. Together with the Great Might Vajra Bull, Golden Overlord Sword, and Demonic Neonate, who specializes in sneaking attacks on others, I can try to see if I can deal with the 9 black dragons, Zhou Wen thought to himself. After arriving at the underground sea, Zhou Wen first summoned his mythical companion beasts. Together with Demonic Neonate, the lineup was rather powerful. 6-winged Guardian Dragon was still the same as before. It appeared behind the blood-colored avatar in its 6-winged form to prevent it from being instantly killed. I still have to find time to draw more substitute talismans in the future, Zhou Wen thought. With Zhou Wen's order, Truth Listener and Behemoth charged into the underground sea. The Great Might Vajra Bull was actually afraid of water. It could only provide support on land and didn't enter the sea. However, this wasn't a big deal. All he needed to do was lure the 9 black dragons to a spot near the coast and let the Great Might Vajra Bull's soul suppression bell work. Before long, the 9 black dragons appeared with the war wagon. After they saw Behemoth and Truth Listener, the chains on their bodies automatically released. The 9 black dragons immediately perked up as they transformed into ferocious dragons that charged at Behemoth and Truth Listener with a roar. Zhou Wen made the 2 of them fly back and return to the shore. The 2 giant beasts stood in the shallow water, where the seawater only reached their calves. When the 9 black dragons charged over, Zhou Wen immediately realized that something was amiss. The strength and speed of the black dragons were even stronger than Truth Listener when it had shattered an earring. Zhou Wen originally imagined that Truth Listener and Behemoth could each fight 3 or 4 black dragons alone, but now he realized that without using absolute strength and shattering the other earrings, fighting 2 alone was somewhat difficult. Roar! Behemoth roared and used absolute strength to suppress the 9 black dragons. The 9 black dragons were beginning to be affected by the suction of absolute strength, but soon they forcefully escaped its restraints. Boom! Behemoth, who had used absolute strength, threw a punch and collided with a black dragon horn. To Zhou Wen's surprise, Behemoth, who had absolute strength, was forced to take a few steps back by the collision with the black dragon. It plopped into the seawater, stirring up huge waves. Truth Listener was in a worse state. It clashed with a black dragon and was sent flying into the sea. Something's amiss. How can the 9 black dragons be so powerful? Zhou Wen was alarmed as he carefully looked at the 9 black dragons, but he didn't see anything. Zhou Wen's heart stirred as he switched to the Holy Hell King Life Soul. With the Holy Hell's eyes, he was immediately alarmed. There were chains that couldn't be seen with the naked eye connecting the 9 black dragons to the war wagon. Chapter 704, Battling the 9 Dragons. The chains weren't corporeal, but they were like soul chains. The 9 black dragons were connected by them, and at the same time, the chains combined their powers. The power unleashed by a black dragon was equivalent to the power of 9 black dragons unleashing their might at the same time. It's no wonder Tyrant Behemoth, who has used absolute strength, can't suppress the black dragon. This is fighting 9 alone, Zhou Wen thought. Tyrant Behemoth stood up again and roared as it charged at the 9 black dragons. Its strength was unparalleled, but it was still difficult to deal with them when it was actually equivalent to single-handedly fighting 9. The black dragon was a mythical creature with immense strength, and with the 9 of them combined as one, the explosive power they released suppressed Tyrant Behemoth. Every clash of strength forced Tyrant Behemoth to retreat. Thankfully, Tyrant Behemoth was indeed extremely powerful when using absolute strength. It wasn't severely injured even under the combined forces of the 9 black dragons. Truth Listener rushed out and attacked the black dragon from another direction. The 9 black dragons' movements were not affected at all, despite being connected by invisible chains. Furthermore, the powers circulated among them extremely quickly. As one side sent Tyrant Behemoth retreating, the other side fought Truth Listener, who had gathered its strength again. The terrifying dragon claws broke through normal speed limits and blasted Truth Listener away. Zhou Wen had already controlled the blood-colored avatar to slash at the black dragon. The Great Might Vajra Bull also released the soul suppression bell at the same time. When the bell rang, the invisible chain trembled. The soul suppression bell didn't work, nor did it make the black dragons faint. Truth Listener looked like it was about to go berserk and shatter another earring. Zhou Wen hurriedly summoned it and Behemoth back, before turning around to escape to the Bat Cave. Demonic Neonate hadn't attacked all this time, so it looked like she hadn't found a chance. The 9 black dragons didn't dare come ashore. They roared in the water, causing huge waves to surge into the sky. The commotion was extremely terrifying. The 9 black dragons are so terrifying. I wonder how powerful the guardian in the war wagon is. I'm afraid it's another Buddha annihilation. Zhou Wen looked at the 9 black dragons that surged with ferocious flames as he secretly calculated his chances of killing the guardian in the war wagon. I finally understand why the Lost Immortal Sutra can imitate so many essence energy arts and obtain many benefits so easily. Even with such an abnormal ability, killing a guardian is still as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Zhou Wen had already realized that the Lost Immortal Sutra was indeed an unparalleled essence energy art. Ignoring the question of whether the Lost Immortal Sutra could advance to the mythical stage, just killing the guardian to advance to the life soul realm was probably unprecedented. Unless I think of a way to sever the connection between the 9 black dragons, preventing them from gathering the power of 9 dragons to attack together, killing them is just a pipe dream. Zhou Wen began to miss the 6-winged Seraphim. Among the guardians that Zhou Wen had seen, he was the easiest to kill. Unable to kill the 9 black dragons, Zhou Wen had no choice but to vent his frustration on the other dimensional creatures. He killed all the rare dimensional creatures in the dungeons, and also killed some musical note sprites. Now, Zhou Wen's musical note sprites numbered nearly 10,000. Under the control of the Golden Harp, they could be of some use. However, they were still a distance away from the million-strong army that Zhou Wen had expected. I heard that there's an undead scourge in the West District, which sent millions of undead rampaging across the land. In the future, I'll control the million-strong musical note army and create a musical scourge. It will be much cooler than the undead scourge. At the very least, they look better than them, Zhou Wen thought. Despite leaving a wake of destruction, his luck today seemed to be especially bad. He didn't have any rare companion beasts drop. It was time for Medusa to respawn. Zhou Wen planned on farming Medusa once. When he arrived at the cursed demon palace, he suddenly thought of something. Every time he came to the cursed demon palace, the beautiful girl would become the demoness, Medusa. Therefore, Zhou Wen killed Medusa in her demoness form every time. What will happen if I kill the beautiful girl before she becomes Medusa? Zhou Wen couldn't hold back his emotions when he had this thought. How can I kill her before she transforms? Zhou Wen didn't open the door to Medusa's palace. In the past, Zhou Wen had attacked her when she was a beautiful girl, but once he attacked her, she would immediately become Medusa. Killing her before she became Medusa was clearly not an easy task. In terms of speed, my transcendent flying immortal is fast enough, but I can't kill the beautiful girl before she becomes Medusa. In that case, I can only rely on her. Zhou Wen's heart stirred as he looked at demonic neonate, who was standing there with a cold expression like a doll. As long as Zhou Wen didn't take the initiative to attack, the beautiful girl wouldn't become Medusa even if he entered the palace. After Zhou Wen finished his plans, he carried demonic neonate into the palace. Indeed, he saw Medusa sitting there quietly. The current Medusa was still a beautiful and pure girl. Just one look at her made him pity her. If it wasn't in game but in the real world, Zhou Wen really couldn't bear to attack her. However, this was the game world. No matter how beautiful she was still an NPC. He didn't have any qualms. Zhou Wen walked towards the beautiful girl step by step, without gathering any essence energy, or using his companion beasts. However, demonic neonate was slumped on his back. Her black eyes were secretly looking at the beautiful Medusa. When he arrived in front of the beautiful girl, Zhou Wen didn't continue walking forward. If he continued walking forward, even if Zhou Wen didn't attack her, the beautiful girl would become Medusa. At that moment, demonic neonate, who was on Zhou Wen's back, suddenly moved. A black-purple sword beam drilled out from beneath the blood-colored avatar's crotch. Without giving the beautiful girl a chance to react, the demonic sword had already stabbed her in the chest, causing her blood to splatter everywhere. Demonic aura invaded her body, causing her to fall to the ground. It's done. Zhou Wen was delighted as he looked at the beautiful girl's corpse, only to see it disintegrating and disappearing. Ding! Soon, something dropped. Zhou Wen took a closer look and was immediately overjoyed. The thing the beautiful girl dropped was a companion egg that was crystalline like a sapphire. A companion beast dropped. Zhou Wen found it unbelievable. It hadn't been a day or two since he started farming Medusa. Dimensional crystals had dropped, but there had never been a companion egg drop. Could it be that only Medusa in her beautiful form can drop a companion egg? Zhou Wen guessed as he picked it up. Chapter 705, Medusa Companion Beast. Medusa, mythical. Life providence, tragic beauty. Life soul, eyes of enticement. Wheel of destiny, demon god transformation. Strength, 41. Speed, 41. Constitution, 41. Essence energy, 41. Talent skill, none. Companion form, none. Zhou Wen was immediately alarmed when he saw Medusa's stats. The weakest mythical that Zhou Wen had seen was Primordial Spore. However, primordial spore still had the eternal immortality life providence that made it invincible. It also had a parasitic skill that was very useful. Medusa was ridiculously weak in contrast. She didn't have any skills. Her life providence was tragic beauty, a negative skill that actually reduced her stats. The only useful ones were probably the eyes of enticement and the demon god transformation. The eyes of enticement were very similar to the eyes of petrification. They could petrify people, but the limitations of the eyes of enticement were much greater than the eyes of petrification. The demon god transformation was even more ridiculous. It was actually a single-time use wheel of destiny. The annotation was very clear. Once used, it would forever transform into a demon god, making it impossible for her to be restored to her human body. From the looks of it, after using the demon god transformation, Medusa should become a snake-haired demoness. Although becoming a snake-haired demoness will definitely be much stronger than she is now, she's just too ugly in that form. She still looks good now, however, good looks can't be eaten or used to block bullets. What's the point? Although he had such thoughts, Zhou Wen still couldn't bring himself to do it when he thought about how such a beautiful Medusa would become an ugly snake-haired demoness. Forget it. I'll keep her for now. Who knows what special effects she might have. Zhou Wen planned on farming Medusa tomorrow to see if Medusa in her girl form would continue dropping companion eggs. If a companion egg dropped, he would try to see what would happen after the demon god transformation. Before Medusa respawned again, a companion beast challenged Origin Realm King on the rankings. This time, it was none other than Death of the Underworld. Xianxia invited Zhou Wen to watch the duel at the cube. When they arrived, the Origin Realm King still hadn't accepted the challenge. "Old Zhou, who do you think will win this battle?" Xianxia asked. "It's hard to tell," Zhou Wen said with a shake of his head. The battle between Origin, Realm King and Death of the Underworld was worth watching. Zhou Wen couldn't predict the final outcome. Death of the Underworld had a spirit body, rendering physical damage virtually ineffective. It was useless even if Origin Realm King entered its body. However, it was also unknown if Death of the Underworld's attacks were effective against Origin Realm King. Therefore, Zhou Wen was very curious about the outcome of the battle. Soon, only 10 minutes were left for the countdown. Just like the last time, the name on the ranking flashed at the end. Origin Realm King had accepted the challenge. Everyone, including Zhou Wen, widened their eyes. They wanted to know how Death of the Underworld would deal with Origin Realm King. With the experience gleaned from Light Beast's lesson, Death of the Underworld would definitely do something. It might even use its Wheel of Destiny to transport the Origin Realm King into the Underworld for the final battle, just like with Primordial Sword Immortal. However, to everyone's surprise, after Origin Realm King accepted the challenge, Death of the Underworld did nothing but float in the air. What's going on? Why isn't Death of the Underworld moving? Does he want to be passive and end up getting beaten? Shouldn't he strike first to force out the invisible Origin Realm King? What is he trying to do? People discussed as they guessed what Death of the Underworld was planning. Zhou Wen's heart skipped a beat when he saw the motionless Death of the Underworld. It was as though it had fallen asleep while floating there. It was not good. That's bad. Someone has guessed that Origin Realm King is a microscopic companion beast, just like me. They know that its strength is insufficient to kill a top mythical companion beast, so they want to use the characteristics of Origin Realm King to stall for time. They want to wait until the countdown ends before defeating Origin Realm King. Zhou Wen already understood Death of the Underworld strategy. In fact, Zhou Wen had thought of a similar method. For example, if Tyrant Behemoth challenged Origin Realm King wouldn't be able to kill Tyrant Behemoth, so he could continue delaying until the time was up. However, as Tyrant Behemoth might not be able to kill Origin Realm King, Zhou Wen gave up on this plan. Now that Death of the Underworld had used this plan, it meant that its master was confident that he could defeat Origin Realm King at the final moment. Zhou Wen originally imagined that Origin Realm King would definitely take this opportunity to kill Death of the Underworld. However, to his surprise, Origin Realm King didn't take any action. Zhou Wen thought for a moment, and immediately understood that Origin Realm King's master was indeed smart. It was the best choice for him not to let Origin Realm King move. If Origin Realm King was really as Zhou Wen and company had guessed, a microscopic companion beast that wasn't very strong, then if it were to attack now, not only would it fail to kill Death of the Underworld, but it would also expose its true strength, allowing the master of Death of the Underworld to understand its weakness. However, Origin Realm King remained motionless, giving Death of the Underworld immense pressure. If it didn't move, Death of the Underworld's master wouldn't be able to confirm if his judgment was correct. This would raise doubts. Could it be that Origin Realm King also wants to stall for time? Could it be that it's different from my conclusion? Could it be confident that it can defeat Death of the Underworld at the end of the countdown? All sorts of guesses appeared in people's minds. It was originally Death of the Underworld who was stalling for time, but it devolved into both sides stalling for time. No one could be sure whether Origin Realm King had the ability to defeat Death of the Underworld. If this continued, there would be no time or chance in the event Death of the Underworld was defeated. If Death of the Underworld were to attack now, the previous plan would fail. It would also expose Death of the Underworld's strength. It was equivalent to shooting oneself in the foot. Although the two companion beasts in the arena didn't move, the battle had already begun. Such a battle was no longer limited to the confines of the arena. Instead, the owners of the two companion beasts were having a psychological game. Ordinary people couldn't figure out the mystery behind it. After waiting all day, people who were originally looking forward to a huge battle ended up surprised to watch a battle in which one of the companion beasts couldn't be seen while the other companion beast remained motionless. It left them depressed. What the hell? Wasn't this supposed to be a challenge? Why aren't they fighting? Hurry up and fight. Let us see which is the best, Origin Realm King or Death of the Underworld. Can't you tell? Death of the Underworld doesn't even dare to move. It must be afraid of Origin Realm King. When Origin Realm King makes a move, Death of the Underworld will die like Light Beast. Bullshit. It's obvious that Origin Realm King is afraid of Death of the Underworld. Don't you see that it doesn't dare to attack? Death of the Underworld is almost falling asleep waiting for it to attack. The arena remained still. The fans of the two companion beasts and the streamers who supported them were the first to engage in a war of words. Chapter 706, Quick Battle. The silent battle continued, greatly displeasing many onlookers. By standing there for a few hours without moving, how was this a duel? It was a punishment. Questions that this was a rigged match began to spread. Some people were already suspecting that origin, realm king, and death of the underworld came from the same faction. They were stalling for time to directly obtain first place. In fact, even many of the 6 families had such doubts. Zhou Wen also felt that something was amiss. Although death of the underworld might not be from the same faction as origin realm king, if they were to continue wasting time like this, either one of them would definitely end up coming first. All the factions that still had hope for coming in first were paying attention to the battle situation. At the same time, they were secretly gathering information. Although they didn't know who origin realm king belonged to, death of the underworld was undoubtedly from the family clan of gods. Therefore, all sorts of probing and pressure targeted towards the family clan of gods continued. Old Ball, if you can't beat it, hurry up and admit defeat. Don't end up letting that origin realm king reap all the benefits later. Rigo Cape said with a smile while on a video call with the family clan of gods. Ball said indifferently, "There's no need for you to worry." Rigo continued, "Old Ball, if you have 100% chance of defeating Origin Realm King, it doesn't matter if you wait until the end. But if you don't have 100% chance, why don't you leave a chance?" Ball naturally understood what Rigo was getting at. He was also very conflicted. He had originally planned on dragging it out to the end, before letting death of the underworld defeat Origin Realm King. Just as Zhou Wen had guessed, he believed that Origin Realm King was a microscopic companion beast. As long as death of the underworld opened the path to the underworld and pulled the microscopic companion beast in, it would no longer be able to hide. When that happened, killing it wouldn't be difficult. But now, Origin Realm King was also stalling for time. This worried Baal a little. Many people already knew about the abilities of death of the underworld. The owner of Origin Realm King definitely knew some, but he still chose to remain still. This made Baal suspect that the Origin Realm King might have the ability to defeat death of the underworld, but it could also be a psychological battle. After hanging up the call, Baal was thinking about what to do next. However, Faya said, "Father, if we don't have full confidence in winning, why don't we do as Rigo said and leave a way out? We can still grasp the opportunity in our hands." "Tell me about it," Baal said to Faya. Faya said, "Since we can't be sure if death of the underworld can defeat Origin Realm King, why don't we complete the battle before the final time limit? It's naturally best if we can win. If we can't, we'll find a chance to forfeit. When the time comes, our companion beasts has the initiative to pose the challenge. It's equivalent to having another chance. I'm just afraid that this opportunity will be snatched away by others," Baal muttered. "There can only be one challenger. It depends on who poses the challenge first. We are the ones deciding when death of the underworld admits defeat, so we can also apply for the challenge at the same time." "How can others be faster than us?" said Faya. "That's right. Then let's do it this way. Prepare your companion beast. If death of the underworld fails, you will be the one to complete the final battle," said Baal after some thought. As there was no battle in the arena, many spectators lost their patience after waiting for several hours. Many people chose to return to work or to do other things. They planned on watching the results nearer to the end of the countdown. Zhou Wen watched as time ticked by. Neither side had any intention of taking action. It was apparent that both sides wanted to drag it out until the countdown ended. They knew that there was no hope of vying for first place. However, Zhou Wen still held onto a sliver of hope as he rushed to the town in Funiu Mountain. He wanted to wait there for the countdown to end. If there was a chance, he could try again. In fact, there were many people with the same thoughts as Zhou Wen. Many people from large families were standing guard in front of the cube. Once the battle ended or one side gave up, they would immediately initiate a challenge. Regardless of whether they could win, it was better to try than have no chance at all. Time slowly passed. When there were only 2 hours left before the countdown, more and more people returned to the cube. Most of them returned just to see the results. However, Death of the Underworld and Origin Realm King remained still. One couldn't be seen, while the other was motionless. An hour and a half, an hour and 15 minutes, an hour and 10 minutes. Suddenly, Death of the Underworld, who had been silent all this while, finally moved. Its cloak spread out, and the strange underworld domain was about to devour the entire arena. This was identical to when it fought Primordial Sword Immortal. However, Origin Realm King wasn't Primordial Sword Immortal. If it were to be trapped, there would be a question if it could storm its way out. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Death of the Underworld's sudden attack meant that the 2 companion beasts weren't from the same faction. They still needed to determine a victor. Although there was less than an hour and 10 minutes left, having some time left meant that there was a chance. The only thing they were afraid of was that there was too little time left. If one side lost, and there was less than an hour left, then even if they chose to challenge the victor, the other side would still have an hour to prepare for battle. Before the challenge was accepted, the countdown would be over. Please decide the victor before the hour mark. Many people were praying. However, no one expected the outcome to be far faster than they had imagined. At the instant Death of the Underworld activated its underworld domain, a strange scene suddenly happened. Inside the Death of the Underworld's grayish smoke-like spirit body, a flower suddenly grew out of its head. The flower was beautiful like snow, and there was lightning circulating over it. It was like an electric flower. The flower rapidly grew. In an instant, the flower bud bloomed. As the flower bloomed, Death of the Underworld's spirit body seemed to be pulled by some force as it rapidly flowed into the flower, as though it had been devoured by the flower. Before the Underworld domain could fully activate, half of Death of the Underworld's body had been sucked into the flower. Not good. Baal was shocked. He quickly wanted to give up and admit defeat, but it was too late. The remaining half of Death of the Underworld's body was completely absorbed by the flower in the blink of an eye. As for the flower, it bloomed and shimmered with a strange electric light. Then, it quickly withered and vanished as though nothing had happened. Everyone was stunned. No one dared to believe that the nearly invincible Death of the Underworld had died just like that. Old Baal's face was ashen, and even Fea, who was about to issue the challenge, was stunned. It was just too shocking that Death of the Underworld was instantly killed. It made him hesitate, afraid that his companion beast would suffer the same outcome if he entered. It wasn't just Fea. Everyone who was prepared to issue the challenge hesitated. Death of the Underworld's death shocked them greatly. Origin Realm King is too powerful. The spectators also had such thoughts. Chapter 707, The Dust Settles. Just as everyone was in a daze, a companion beast almost immediately issued a challenge. The cube's screen lit up again as a name, and a companion beast appeared on the screen. Tai Sui. Everyone was slightly taken aback when they saw the companion beast and name. The people from the East District knew what Tai Sui was, but the people from the other districts weren't aware. However, when they saw a white and tender ball appear on screen, it didn't look like a particularly powerful companion beast. No way. Is that thing a slime? Can such a companion beast challenge an invincible companion beast like Origin Realm King? Someone from the West District commented. Is that a legendary blob monster? The people from the North District were puzzled. How can such a companion beast challenge Origin Realm King? Isn't that guaranteeing Origin Realm King's first place? Don't tell me they are in cahoots, many people guessed. Although the people of the East District knew about Tai Sui, they didn't know much about its abilities. They only knew that Tai Sui brought bad luck. As the saying went, messing with Tai Sui incurs disaster. It was a very popular saying in the East District. Even if it could bring bad luck, it was impossible for it to defeat a powerful existence like Origin Realm King with bad luck in a duel, right? That was a terrifying existence that could kill death of the underworld. However, Zhou Wen didn't think so. Origin Realm King killed death of the underworld. Zhou Wen didn't dare release Tai Sui to challenge him. However, after seeing how the Origin Realm King killed death of the underworld, Zhou Wen was finally certain that Tai Sui would be able to restrain it. In essence, Origin Realm King was still a type of microorganism, not some special physical entity. As for Tai Sui, it was extremely effective against all kinds of microbes. It could devour the mythical primordial spore back at the mortal stage. What's more, it was now at the epic stage. It had a high chance of defeating Origin Realm King. Time ticked by. Origin Realm King hadn't accepted the challenge. In the blink of an eye, less than an hour was left. What? Origin Realm King is just stalling for time. It looks like there's zero suspense left. First place will undoubtedly go to Origin Realm King. Origin Realm King is really too powerful. An existence like Death of the Underworld was actually killed by it. It didn't even have the chance to forfeit. Did you see what happened? What's up with that flower? The moment it appeared, it sucked in Death of the Underworld. I wonder what kind of ability it is. I should have known. Even Primordial Sword Immortal isn't a match for Origin Realm King, much less Death of the Underworld. Almost everyone believed that there was no longer any suspense in this battle. Without a doubt, Original Realm King was first, and the remaining time would be wasted. After Tai Sui was defeated, there wouldn't be enough time left to challenge it. Even if one had a companion beast that could fight Origin Realm King, they wouldn't be given the chance. However, some people didn't think so. Lang Zheng had seen Zhou Wen's Tai Sui before, and knew that Tai Sui was very effective against microorganisms. Furthermore, he had clearly determined that Origin Realm King was a microorganism. From the looks of it, he got lucky. Your family's Zhou Wen sure is lucky, Lang Zheng said to Tianzuo as he watched the live stream. Tianzuo replied expressionlessly, humans can't just rely on luck. If we only rely on luck, we will suffer a huge loss sooner or later. Lang Zheng said with a smile, actually, luck is similar to money. Money isn't omnipotent, but it's impossible without money. There was less than half an hour left. Origin Realm King still hadn't accepted the challenge. Everyone believed that Origin Realm King would accept the challenge at the last moment. Then, with less than 10 minutes left before the countdown ended, its first place would then be secured. Origin Realm King still didn't accept the challenge in the final moments. Despite having less than 10 seconds on the clock, it still didn't make a move. It made people feel that something was amiss. What's going on? Why hasn't it accepted the challenge? There's no need to keep our hearts racing, right? Does it want to accept the challenge at the last second? Could it be afraid of Tai Sui? What a joke. How is that possible? That's Origin Realm King. 7-6-5-4. Everyone counted silently with the countdown in their hearts, but even at the last second, Origin Realm King didn't accept the challenge. Upon seeing the first-ranked Origin Realm King's name being squeezed out and replaced by Tai Sui's name, the entire Federation and those overseas were in an uproar. Origin Realm King doesn't dare accept the challenge. Is Tai Sui that strong? Tai Sui, what kind of companion beast is this? I knew that Tai Sui was extraordinary, but I didn't say anything. Facing Primordial, Sword, Immortal, and Death of the Underworld, Origin Realm King can definitely suppress them, but it didn't dare accept Tai Sui's challenge. It doesn't even have the courage to fight. That Tai Sui is too terrifying. I really want to know what kind of abilities it has. What bullshit is this Tai Sui? I think it's all a scam. They're in cahoots. I don't think so. Origin Realm King was already first. If they are in cahoots, there'd be no need to admit defeat and let Tai Sui take first place. As everyone was discussing, they saw another companion beast issue a challenge. However, Tai Sui ignored it. It didn't accept the challenge, even when the 72-hour countdown on the cube ended. The scene on the cube turned into a ranking. Tai Sui was first, and the defeated Origin Realm King was second. Third was Primordial Sword Immortal, and fourth was Zhou Wen's Tyrant Behemoth. This continued until the 100th spot. The names of the companion beasts emitted a resplendent glow. It made the entire world know that they were the strongest 100 companion beasts among humans. However, most people did not realize that Tai Sui, who was ranked first, had yet to advance to the mythical stage. Mommy, Tai Sui is so cute. I want a Tai Sui doll. Can our family's factory produce one? A little boy hugging a Tyrant Behemoth doll looked at his mother with anticipation. His mother was somewhat hesitant. Although Tai Sui looked adorable, it seemed a little ominous. Mommy, our Tyrant Behemoth doll has been very popular. I believe Tai Sui will also sell very well. Pretty please. The boy pulled his mother's hand and wheedled. All right, let's give it a try. His mother stroked the boy's head dotingly. Chapter 708, Reward. The 100 names on the cube lit up. Zhou Wen suddenly felt a huge amount of energy appear out of nowhere in the bodies of his 3 companion beasts on the rankings: Tai Sui, Tyrant Behemoth, and 6-winged Guardian Dragon. The least energy appeared in 6-winged Guardian Dragon's body. It didn't result in much of a change. The energy in Tyrant Behemoth's body was extremely huge, causing Tyrant Behemoth's body to constantly stir. The most powerful energy was inside Tai Sui's body. The immense power turned Tai Sui into an egg, and it began to evolve. So there are benefits for all the companion beasts on the rankings. They can obtain a strange energy. However, the higher the ranking, the stronger the energy obtained. As Zhou Wen thought about it, he looked at six-winged guardian dragon's situation. As it had obtained very little energy, it had completely absorbed it. Zhou Wen took out his phone and checked six-winged guardian dragon stats. To his surprise, six-winged guardian dragon's strength stat had reached 81 points. After being strengthened by the cube the last time, all of six-winged guardian dragon's stats had reached 80 points, but that was all. They were still within the limits of mythical creatures. This time, the energy obtained by six-winged guardian dragon allowed its strength to break through to 81 points. Although it was only 1 point, it was very significant. This was because only a top mythical creature had stats with 81 points. As six-winged guardian dragon had never accepted challenges, its ranking kept dropping when it was challenged by other companion beasts. It had ended up in the 70s. For such a ranking to increase its stat by 1 point was amazing enough. Zhou Wen couldn't wait to see Tyrant Behemoth. He wanted to know what kind of strengthening it had obtained. It was ranked 4th, so the energy it obtained would be immense. It was incomparable to the energy that six-winged guardian dragon had received. When Zhou Wen looked at Behemoth, he realized that the power in its body was constantly erupting. Its stats hadn't changed for the time being. After more than an hour, the energy in Behemoth gradually stopped erupting. Zhou Wen hurriedly looked at its stats. Behemoth's stats were top-notch to begin with. Now, it remained unchanged at 81 points. Zhou Wen carefully looked at Tyrant Behemoth's life providence, life soul, and wheel of destiny. There were no changes either. When Zhou Wen saw Behemoth's talent skills, he was immediately overjoyed. Originally, Tyrant only had one talent skill, Mountain Consuming. But now, Tyrant Behemoth had an additional skill. The skill's name was Rampage. After reading the introduction of the Rampage skill, Zhou Wen was even more excited. This skill could enhance its speed and strength for a short period of time. It was very useful for Tyrant Behemoth, allowing its strength to improve further. If I had known that there would be so many benefits, I would have gotten all my companion beasts to get a ranking. Even if I can't obtain any talent skills, it's good to increase their stats. Of course, Zhou Wen was only musing. It wasn't worth it to expose his companion beast's abilities to exchange for stats. The skills obtained by Tyrant Behemoth were just icing on the cake. It didn't have an absolute effect on Tyrant Behemoth's strength. The one with the greatest influence was Tai Sui, who was evolving. The immense energy allowed Tai Sui to directly evolve. By the time it completed its evolution, it would be at the mythical stage. In addition, Tai Sui had obtained first place. He likely had a chance of plucking the divine fruit, but Zhou Wen didn't discover the passageway that led to the divine tree. Just as he was feeling suspicious, he saw a pillar of light rise from the center of the cube, leading straight into the void. Zhou Wen was hesitating about walking towards the pillar of light when he suddenly realized that a figure was slowly descending from it. It was none other than the mythical Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan slowly landed on the cube and said to Zhou Wen, "I never expected the companion beast that obtained first place to be yours, little Wen." Zhou Wen looked at Wang Mingyuan and was momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Mingyuan was his teacher and had treated him pretty well. In this aspect, Zhou Wen should respect him. However, at the same time, Wang Mingyuan had caused great harm to the Federation. From this angle, Wang Mingyuan was already an enemy of humanity. Zhou Wen was a part of humanity, so he should treat Wang Minjuan as an enemy. Therefore, Zhou Wen's emotions were extremely complicated. He looked at Wang Minjuan and opened his mouth before calling out, "Teacher." Wang Minjuan could tell that Zhou Wen was struggling internally, but he thought nothing of it. He smiled slightly and said, "I'm already very gratified that you can call me teacher again. Come, pluck the reward you deserve." With that said, Wang Minjuan walked up the Pillar of Light. At the end of the Pillar of Light, a phenomenon of a divine garden appeared. The divine tree also appeared. Zhou Wen followed behind Wang Minjuan and walked into the Pillar of Light. Immediately, he felt a gentle force envelop his body as he slowly rose up and headed for the divine garden at the end of the pillar. Soon, Zhou Wen followed Wang Minjuan into the garden and immediately smelled a fruity fragrance. The air in the divine garden was clean and pure. Even with the Holy Hell King's eyes, he couldn't sense any impurities. There was no dust or bacteria. It was like the legendary paradise. Here, even if one wanted to get sick, it was probably very difficult. There was no way to get infected. Do you know the name of this tree? Wang Minjuan walked to the divine tree and stared at it with a complicated expression. Is its name important? Zhou Wen asked. To ordinary people, its name isn't important, but to me, its name is very important, Wang Minjuan said. What's its name? Zhou Wen asked curiously. Its name is Samsara, Wang Minjuan said slowly. Samsara. Zhou Wen looked at the Samsara tree with mixed feelings as he thought to himself, if there's really samsara in this world, will teacher make the same choice in this life if he were to live again? Little Wen, go pluck that divine fruit. This is the only ripened divine fruit in the past year. It can allow any companion beast to advance to the mythical stage. Even if it's just a mortal companion beast, as long as it consumes the divine fruit, it can still advance to the mythical stage, Wang Minjuan said. Although he had guessed it, Zhou Wen still asked, what if a human eats it? I don't think you will like that outcome. Wang Minjuan smiled and continued, of course, you can also give it a try. There are some things that you have to experience before you know whether they're good for you. There's not much time left. Quickly pluck the divine fruit and don't let it fall to the ground. Otherwise, it will be useless. Zhou Wen walked to the samsara tree and reached out to grab the ripened fruit. With a gentle tug, he plucked off the fruit. Chapter 709, Dimensional Axis. The fruit that emitted a divine glow felt similar to a peach when held in his hand. Teacher, have you realized your dream? Zhou Wen put away the fruit and asked Wang Minjuan. If it's so easy to realize it, it wouldn't be called a dream. Wang Minjuan pondered for a moment and pointed into the distance. Look over there. Zhou Wen looked in the direction. Wang Minjuan had pointed and saw a huge building in the void. It was extremely strange, like a pillar that emitted a divine glow. It was unimaginably huge. What's that? Zhou Wen asked. The dimensional axis. Its existence connects Earth to dimensional zones, Wang Minjuan said. Zhou Wen's eyes lit up. If we can sever the connection to the dimensional axis, will we be able to stop the invasion of dimensional creatures? In theory, it's indeed feasible. However, there's more than one dimensional axis. It connects different dimensional spaces. Every dimensional axis is the core of a dimensional space. Almost all the most terrifying dimensional creatures will gather here, making it very difficult to reach it. Besides, a dimensional axis can connect to dimensional zones. It's not that easy to destroy it, Wang Mingyuan said. Teacher, you have already thought of a solution, right? Zhou Wen asked. I've indeed thought of a way to sever the dimensional axis, but I don't plan on severing it, Wang Mingyuan said. Why? Zhou Wen was stunned. I thought of a solution, but it takes too long to implement it. I'm afraid Earth would already be occupied by dimensional creatures before I can ever sever a dimensional axis. Therefore, I don't plan on severing it, Wang Mingyuan said as he narrowed his eyes at the dimensional axis. Why? Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement. No matter how difficult it was, there was still a chance as long as it was done. As for Wang Mingyuan, didn't he enter the dimensional zone to stop the dimensional invasion? Why was he giving up now? In ancient times, floods were a perennial threat. Humans wanted to control floods. In the beginning, they tried building tall levees to block the flood. Do you know the outcome? Wang Mingyuan asked. Zhou Wen had heard of this myth before. The people who tried to stop the floods naturally failed. The higher the levee was, the stronger the flood. Once it breached the levee, it would cause a destructive force that was 10 times or 100 times greater. Zhou Wen's eyes lit up as he looked at Wang Mingyuan and said, Teacher, do you mean to think of a way to guide dimensional creatures to other dimensional zones instead of rushing to Earth? Wang Mingyuan looked at the dimensional axis calmly and said indifferently, No, what I mean is that I want to control the flood. I want the flood to obey my orders. They will go wherever I tell them to go. They will do whatever I tell them to do. I will dominate everything. Dominate the dimensional zones. Zhou Wen's heart stirred. If it was really as Wang Mingyuan had said, he would one day be able to ascend to the top of the myriad races and become an existence that controlled the dimensional zones. How delightful would that be? However, this path was just too difficult. Even with Wang Mingyuan's shocking talent, it was difficult for him to reach that stage. Little Wen. Wang Mingyuan's gaze landed on Zhou Wen's face as he said with a strange tone, Don't take my path. There's only death at the end of this path. Zhou Wen was alarmed as he hurriedly asked, Is there a problem with spirit casting? He was somewhat worried. With Xianxia's personality, there was a high chance that he would take this path. If there was really a problem with the spirit casting art, Xianxia would be in danger. There's no problem with spirit casting, but this path isn't for humans. Wang Mingyuan sighed and waved his hand. A force swept towards Zhou Wen as he said, Don't come again next time. You shouldn't be in a place like this. Zhou Wen was about to say something when his body was sent into the void by an invisible force. The light in front of him changed, and by the time his body returned to normal, he had already fallen onto the town's cube. He stood up and looked up into the sky, but the pillar of light was gone. He found it indescribable. Wang Mingyuan's last sentence had hinted at something. If he wasn't Wang Mingyuan's student, he might not have plucked the divine fruit so easily. Unfortunately, Zhou Wen still didn't know what the person who obtained the divine fruit in his place would do or what they needed to do. After Zhou Wen left, Wang Mingyuan sat on the tree's root and closed his eyes as though he was deep in thought. In the void above the Pure Land, lightning and thunder suddenly flared. It was as though the end of the world had arrived. A terrifying divine voice sounded from the void. Wang Mingyuan, you actually dared to violate the agreement. You should know the consequences. Wang Minjuan's eyes remained closed as he said indifferently, "Since I've done it, I'll naturally bear all the consequences." "Very good. Then prepare to suffer divine punishment." A terrifying lightning bolt descended along with the divine voice. Bolts of lightning descended from the void and stabbed into Wang Minjuan's body like sharp swords. Thrust after thrust, they filled his entire body with lightning. However, Wang Minjuan sat there without any change in expression. It was as though the lightning bolts that stabbed into his body didn't exist at all. However, blood-red spots appeared on his white clothes like blooming peach blossoms. The divine punishment will continue until the next divine fruit ripens. I hope you will still be alive when that happens. The voice in the void faded and the lightning in the sky vanished. The paradise returned to its original silence. Only the lightning on Wang Minjuan's body sparked like countless lightning needles as they trembled. Zhou Wen returned to school and took out the divine fruit, but he was somewhat hesitant. There was only one divine fruit, and its use was to raise a companion beast to the mythical stage. He naturally didn't need to consider the companion beasts that had already advanced to the mythical stage. Among the companion beasts that had yet to advance to the mythical stage, demonic neonate had the greatest potential. However, demonic neonate had the ability to evolve. It was only a matter of time before she advanced to the mythical stage. And the greatest use of the divine fruit was to allow any companion egg to advance to the mythical stage. From this point of view, it was best to choose a low-level companion beast with immense potential to advance to the mythical stage. Zhou Wen really had a few companion beasts with such potential. For example, Dr. Darkness, Golden Harp, Fiend-Armored Tiger Soul General, and so on. All of them had immense potential. Of course, Zhou Wen wouldn't dare raise the Fiend-Armored Tiger Soul General again. He eliminated it. Zhou Wen's idea was to choose between Dr. Darkness and Golden Harp. However, this was also risky. This was because he didn't know if the Wheel of Destiny they condensed after advancing to the mythical stage would be of any use. If it condensed a useless Wheel of Destiny, he might as well directly advance demonic neonate to the mythical stage. Her being at the mythical stage was definitely going to be extraordinary, allowing her to immediately possess powerful combat strength. Zhou Wen was somewhat hesitant as he was momentarily at a loss. Chapter 710, Darkness Right Hand. Explosive Fiend Man hasn't advanced to the epic stage yet. He would be a pretty good choice for advancing to the mythical stage. However, Explosive Fiend Man has the ability to evolve. He still has a chance of advancing to the mythical stage in the future. After some thought, Zhou Wen summoned Dr. Darkness. Dr. Darkness's abilities were rather outstanding. Furthermore, with his Fight Poison with Poison ability, he could resolve many problems that ordinary powers couldn't resolve. More importantly, Dr. Darkness's companion form was a soul. It could directly raise Zhou Wen's strength. This was very useful to him. If Dr. Darkness could advance to the mythical stage, he would probably be more helpful. Without any hesitation, he handed the divine fruit to Dr. Darkness. Dr. Darkness took the divine fruit, and his eyes flashed with excitement as he swallowed it. His body immediately emitted a divine glow. The glow grew stronger and stronger before finally turning Dr. Darkness into an egg. Unlike the evolution of typical companion beasts, in which ordinary companion beasts took a long time to evolve, Dr. Darkness immediately completed the evolution after transforming into an egg and hatching. In a moment, he completed the evolution from the epic stage to the mythical stage. The Dr. Darkness in front of him didn't seem much different from before. He was still as dark and terrifying, like a puppet without a shred of humanity. Zhou Wen hurriedly took out his phone and read the information regarding Dr. Darkness post-evolution. Dr. Darkness, mythical. Life providence, golden left hand. Life soul, doctor. Soul, wheel of destiny, darkness right hand. Strength, 79. Speed, 81. Constitution, 67. Essence energy, 81. Talent skill, scalpel. Fight poison with poison, light of penetration. Companion form, soul. Indeed, Dr. Darkness had advanced to the mythical stage. His skills, life providence, and life soul hadn't changed. His stats had increased to the mythical stage, albeit a little extreme. Typically, a mythical companion beast's limit was 80 points. Dr. Darkness's speed and essence energy had broken through the limit to 81 points. However, his strength and constitution hadn't even reached 80. It was very strange. The wheel of destiny's name was Darkness right hand. It seemed to match his life providence, golden left hand, but the ability was unknown. Darkness right hand, a place where even divine light can't reach. That is the forbidden zone of the gods. From the introduction, it didn't seem to have anything to do with his right hand. Zhou Wen entered the game and planned on testing the power of Darkness right hand. He brought Dr. Darkness to the Zhuolu battlefield and encountered a Kai. Zhou Wen immediately ordered Dr. Darkness, use Darkness right hand. Dr. Darkness stood there and watched as the Kai ran over. He slowly raised his right hand. Dr. Darkness had the golden left hand life providence. Be it his strength or speed, his left hand was much stronger than his right hand. When Zhou Wen got Dr. Darkness to attach himself to him as a soul, he could clearly sense that the strength and speed of his left hand had been enhanced. During that period of time, Zhou Wen had deliberately practiced striking with his left hand, because it was much faster than striking with his right hand. All along, Dr. Darkness's right hand had been weaker, but when Dr. Darkness raised his right hand, it seemed to have the power of a devil burning over it like black flames. The Kai had already rushed in front of Dr. Darkness, but Dr. Darkness remained motionless. Only when the Kai was about to collide with him did Dr. Darkness slightly tilt his body and dodge the Kai's charge, allowing it to brush past him. Zhou Wen kept staring at Dr. Darkness's hand, but he didn't see any movement from it. When he saw Dr. Darkness brush past the Kai, he was puzzled as to why he hadn't attacked. However, when Dr. Darkness turned around, Zhou Wen's pupils constricted upon seeing his right hand. In Dr. Darkness's right hand was a bloody heart that was still beating. The Kai ran a few steps before letting out a tragic cry. It suddenly fell to the ground and convulsed. Soon it died. Zhou Wen looked at the Kai's corpse and didn't see any injuries. He had no idea how Dr. Darkness had plucked its heart out. Even I couldn't see how Dr. Darkness did it. Furthermore, its strength is too strange. It can actually pluck out a heart without dealing any injuries. No, I have to watch it again. Zhou Wen continued proceeding forward with Dr. Darkness. Before long, he encountered a Wangliang. This time, Zhou Wen didn't only maximize the Truth Listener earring's abilities, but he also switched to the Holy Hell King Life Soul, raising his senses to their limits. Zhou Wen got Dr. Darkness to rush over, and quickly he brushed past the Wangliang. At that instant, Zhou Wen felt his devil-like right hand move. As it was too fast, Zhou Wen only felt it move a little. He didn't see it clearly. However, Zhou Wen was certain that the right hand had definitely moved. This was because there was something white on the right hand. It was like a pig's brain, and the blood vessels on it were still squirming. How terrifying! Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised. The power of darkness right hand could actually remove organs in an invisible manner. It was so fast that even Zhou Wen couldn't see it clearly. Such an ability made his scalp tingle. In the future, if Zhou Wen didn't like anyone, he could get Dr. Darkness to pluck at their waist. If anyone pissed him off, he could pluck out their hearts, livers, and brains. It would scare him to death. However, Zhou Wen wasn't sure if Darkness right hand's ability was merely fast, or if it had any special effects. The Kai and Wangliang weren't injured, yet their heart and brain had been removed. Perhaps Dr. Darkness's Darkness right hand wasn't as simple as being fast. Zhou Wen wanted to experiment further, so he went to the metalwork temple to find a runic heavy armored warrior with extremely powerful defense. The outcome was the same. After Dr. Darkness used Darkness right hand, he easily plucked out the heart. The runic heavy armor was useless. Even the runic patterns on it didn't light up. Amazing! The Darkness right hand actually has the ability to penetrate through space. It can ignore defense and directly pluck out organs. Zhou Wen was even more excited. With Dr. Darkness's ability, Zhou Wen could ignore dimensional creatures with powerful defense. More importantly, Dr. Darkness's companion form was a soul. He could attach himself to Zhou Wen and allow him to use his abilities. In other words, Zhou Wen could also use Darkness right hand. This was equivalent to strengthening Zhou Wen's strength and abilities. Zhou Wen still wanted to give it another try, but he was depressed. He couldn't use Darkness right hand again. After some research, he learned that Darkness right hand could only be used 3 times in 24 hours. 3 times is enough. I'll pluck the kidney before plucking the heart. If that still doesn't work, I'll pluck the brain. I don't believe anyone can survive, Zhou Wen thought. Chapter 711, Snatching Blood, Condensing Soul. He attempted to get Dr. Darkness to attach himself to the blood-colored avatar as a soul. Zhou Wen immediately felt his physical attributes increase, especially his left hand. After advancing to the mythical stage, the golden left hand life providence augmented Zhou Wen's left hand even more. After using all of Dr. Darkness's skills, he realized that the effects of his skills had increased significantly. Fight poison with poison's poison became even more potent. A single milliliter of poison could instantly kill an epic creature, even when it was a venomous creature like the Kai. The destructive power of Scalpel became stronger, and it was sharper. The enhancement of the eyes of penetration was the greatest. The ability to see through things had been enhanced. It wasn't as troublesome as before, yet the effects had increased significantly. It was very easy to see through every minute detail inside a creature's body. As long as Zhou Wen used the eyes of penetration, he could see the creature's meridians and blood vessels clearly. However, he could only see through life forms. His ability to see through objects like metal was very poor. All that's left is to experiment with Darkness right hand. If everything goes well, I might be able to enter Ant City and obtain the blood of that guardian. Zhou Wen was somewhat excited. Since Darkness' right hand could dig out hearts across space, it might be able to dig out a guardian's heart. When that happened, it wouldn't just be a drop of blood. After waiting for 24 hours, it was finally time for Darkness' right hand to be used again. Zhou Wen got Dr. Darkness to possess the blood-colored avatar, and he carefully studied the abilities of Darkness' right hand. After Zhou Wen experienced it personally, he concluded that Darkness' right hand was indeed extremely powerful. It augmented his right hand's speed greatly. At the same time, this augmentation wasn't on speed alone. It also had the ability to pass through matter. From his tests, there was nothing that could block or prevent Darkness' right hand from entering. The ability of Darkness' right hand didn't only remove organs. As long as it was a region the right hand could enter, it could pluck anything. However, Darkness' right hand also had a flaw. Just like the poison dragon palm, it required the palm to touch the opponent's body to be of use. This skill couldn't be used as a long-range attack. I thought I could pluck hearts from afar using my right hand to reach into the guardian's body. I wonder if I can do it with the speed of Darkness' right hand. Zhou Wen wasn't confident. Although Darkness' right hand was very fast, the guardian of Ant City was also extremely fast. Even if there's no way to pluck the guardian's heart, the ability of Darkness' right hand is very useful. If a dimensional creature like Primordial Spore invades the body and can't be resolved with fight poison with poison, I can rely on Darkness' right hand to extract it from the body. Also, this ability is undoubtedly a divine skill for doctors. Surgery can be performed without cutting up bodies. Unfortunately, I'm not a doctor. Zhou Wen gave his last usage of Darkness' right hand to Medusa. After Medusa respawned, Zhou Wen entered Medusa's palace. This time, he didn't get demonic neonate to help. With the speed of Darkness' right hand, he managed to pluck out her heart before Medusa's demon god transformation. Unfortunately, Medusa didn't drop a companion egg this time. All she dropped was a speed crystal. With my hand's speed, I might really have a chance of obtaining the blood of a guardian. I don't need a heart. Just a drop of blood will be enough. Zhou Wen felt hope again. After waiting for another 24 hours so that Darkness' right hand could be used again, Zhou Wen entered Ant City and arrived at the familiar ant nest. With the golden flying ant easily killed, Zhou Wen arrived in front of the guardian cocoon. However, this time, he had no intention of cracking open the cocoon. Instead, he got Dr. Darkness to possess him and directly used the eyes of penetration. With his penetrative vision, Zhou Wen immediately saw the situation inside the cocoon. The guardian was curled up in the cocoon. Her body was already rather mature, and the thin wings on her back had completely taken form. Her body emitted a strange glow. The guardian sensed that she was being looked at and moved. Zhou Wen didn't dare hesitate as he used Darkness' right hand. His right hand seemed to be enveloped by a devilish power as it instantly vanished. Zhou Wen felt that everything in front of his right hand seemed to turn to water. His right hand easily passed through the cocoon and reached for the guardian's heart. Darkness' right hand was just too fast, but the guardian opened her eyes first and grabbed at it. However, the guardian missed as Darkness' right hand passed through her palm. Changing his plans, Zhou Wen didn't aim for her heart. He directly took a drop of blood from her palm and quickly retracted. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen retracted his Darkness' right hand and switched to Lost Country. He teleported to distance himself before rushing out of Ant City at full speed. Boom! Just as Zhou Wen rushed out of Ant City, the underground space in Ant City exploded, instantly turning into ruins. Not daring to turn his head, he controlled the blood-colored avatar to run as he circulated the first order of chaos, the drop of blood in hand. He hoped to see if he could absorb it. The drop of blood was immediately absorbed when the first order of chaos circulated. As the first order of chaos circulated, it gradually underwent a strange change. Can I finally condense a life soul? In that case, I might be able to rehatch the invisibility cloak's companion egg. After Zhou Wen absorbed the blood, he switched instance dungeons to prevent the Guardian from chasing after him. The first order of chaos constantly circulated. With the drop of Guardian's blood as its foundation, it fused with Zhou Wen's essence, vitality, and spirit, nurturing a strange power. Zhou Wen originally imagined that the first order of chaos would be similar to the life soul condensed by the Tao Sutra. After all, both of them used the blood of the same Guardian. Furthermore, the type of essence energy art was very similar. However, when the first order of chaos truly condensed a life soul, Zhou Wen realized that his guess wasn't accurate. Although the two shared similarities, they were two different essence energy arts after all. Boom! Zhou Wen's essence, vitality, and spirit, as well as essence energy fused together. Like a terrifying explosion, it made Zhou Wen's body and mind tremble. In the next second, Zhou Wen realized that the blood-colored avatar's body had turned into an egg. No, it wasn't that the blood-colored avatar had turned into an egg, but that a barrier that resembled an eggshell had formed around it. An eggshell? What life soul is this? Zhou Wen felt odd as he looked at the information on his phone. He saw the words Chaos Egg written in his life soul column. It's really an egg. Zhou Wen was somewhat curious. He didn't know what special effects the Chaos Egg life soul would have. Chapter 712. Incubating the Invisibility Cloak. Zhou Wen summoned the Chaos Egg in reality, and an eggshell immediately enveloped his body, making him appear as a newborn baby constrained within. Inside the Chaos Egg, there was a mysterious force flowing. It was like water, but it wasn't corporeal. Zhou Wen couldn't move, nor did he know what use this eggshell had. Under such circumstances, Zhou Wen couldn't even move, much less fight. Such a life soul was probably useless in battle. I'll ignore it for now. I'll try hatching the invisibility cloak. Zhou Wen took out the invisibility cloak's companion egg and attempted to hatch it. In the Chaos Egg, Zhou Wen's essence energy stirred, and the invisibility cloak companion egg reacted. What was even more magical was that the strange power in the Chaos Egg also flowed into the invisibility cloak egg. The life force in the invisibility cloak companion egg increased in intensity. Before long, the companion egg transformed into a stream of light that entered Zhou Wen's body. It's done. Zhou Wen was overjoyed. After waiting for so long, he had finally hatched the invisibility cloak. It would be much easier for him to go anywhere in the future. With the invisibility cloak, he could freely enter the dimensional zones controlled by the various families. He had long wanted to visit a few dimensional zones, but because they were controlled by the 6 families, he had no chance of entering them. Zhou Wen already knew the invisibility cloak's stats, which remained unchanged. He summoned it and put it on. A magical scene happened, as Zhou Wen's body vanished into thin air. It was true invisibility. Zhou Wen experimented and realized that the invisibility cloak's ability only made him visually invisible. To truly be invisible, he needed to activate the Wheel of Destiny. Once the Wheel of Destiny was activated, Invisibility Cloak lived up to its name and reached an intangible state. No one could discover Zhou Wen's presence. However, the Wheel of Destiny had a time limit. He could only be truly invisible for 3 minutes. 3 minutes is about enough. With Dr. Darkness's darkness right hand, it won't be difficult to assassinate someone. Zhou Wen's heart suddenly stirred. In the past, he couldn't kill the 9 black dragons because they could combine their powers. Now, with the power of the invisibility cloak and darkness right hand, he could completely conceal himself and aim to kill 3 black dragons first. He could mostly rely on the strength of Tyrant Behemoth, Truth Listener, and the other companion beasts to deal with the remaining 6 black dragons. With this in mind, Zhou Wen couldn't wait to give it a try. Unfortunately, he had just used Darkness Right Hand once, so he only had 2 chances to use it. He had to wait for some time before the cooldown ended. Young Master Wen, something happened to Deputy Governor Qin. Can you come over? And Sheng spoke over the phone in a heavy tone. What's wrong with Deputy Governor Qin? Is there anything I can help you with? Zhou Wen had a rather good impression of Qin Wufu, so he hurriedly asked. And Sheng said, Deputy Governor Qin returned to Chess Mountain to preside over it the past few days. He happened to encounter a breakout creature that rushed out of Chess Mountain and engaged in an intense battle. Deputy Governor Qin was heavily injured. We have done everything we can, but to no avail. We hope to use your strength to save Deputy Governor Qin. I don't know any medicine. I used the power of a companion beast back when I treated the parasitic spores, Zhou Wen said. We want to borrow your companion beast's strength. That's our only hope. I'll pick you up now. We'll talk on the way. As Sheng spoke, he had already arrived outside the school. Zhou Wen left school and got into Sheng's car. As Sheng drove, he told Zhou Wen the general situation. In fact, many experts in the Sunset Army had already made a diagnosis of Qin Wufu's injuries and found the reason for his serious injuries, but no one could save him. A strange dimensional creature had drilled into Qin Wufu's brain. It was like a tumor that extended out blood vessels that intertwined with Qin Wufu's brain matter. Unless Qin Wufu's brain was sliced open, it was impossible to extract the dimensional creature from his brain. However, the brain was fragile. The dimensional creature had already penetrated deep into it and was entrenched in his brain. Even Chancellor Leng was unable to get it out without damaging Qin Wufu's brain. Many experts and specialists in the Sunset Army had thought of many solutions, but none of them would be effective. However, if they ignored the dimensional creature, it would continue invading Qin Wufu's brain. It was very likely that it would completely control Qin Wufu's brain and turn him into a puppet. And Sheng's idea was to let Zhou Wen take a look and see if he could use the method of treating the parasitic spores to inject poison into the dimensional creature, causing it to die automatically. The poison itself might affect Deputy Governor Qin's brain. Furthermore, I wonder how poison-resistant the dimensional creature is. There's no way to accurately apply the dosage with the poison. If too much poison is used, it will damage the brain. If too little is used, the dimensional creature's final struggle might destroy the entire brain, Zhou Wen pondered. And Sheng nodded and said, "Actually, the experts have already analyzed this plan of treatment. Just as you said, it's very dangerous, but at this stage, we can only give it a try. We can't just watch idly as Deputy Governor Qin gets destroyed, right? Let's take a look at the situation first. There might be a way." Zhou Wen surmised that Darkness' right hand might be useful, but it was situation dependent. "All right, let's head over now." And Sheng drove all the way to the military hospital. Zhou Wen saw Qin Wufu, who was already unconscious, on the bed. He was connected to all sorts of instruments, and some strange companion beasts were by his side. A companion beast that resembled a jellyfish wrapped around his head. Its tentacles connected to his brain, but it was unknown what use it had. Beside the bed were a few doctors and nurses. Many officers were in the room next door, looking at Qin Wufu through the glass window. And Tianzuo was among them, and his expression looked terrible. "Overseer, young Master Wen is here." And Sheng led Zhou Wen into the room. Zhou Wen and Tianzuo subconsciously glanced at each other before they involuntarily looked away. And Tianzuo looked at Sheng and was about to say something when the room was pushed open again. An officer walked over with an elder. "Overseer, Mr. Dugu is here," the officer reported. "Mr. Dugu, please take a look at Deputy Governor Qin's injuries," and Tianzuo said to the elder. The elder didn't refuse. He looked at all the diagnostic information and some X-ray photos before saying, "It's not impossible to eliminate the dimensional creatures in Deputy Governor Qin's brain, but what conditions do you have?" And Tianzuo asked. "Since Overseer is so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. I can revive Deputy Governor Qin given 10 tons of refined essence gold," the elder said confidently. Chapter 713. Extracting an object from the brain. The expressions of the officers changed. The Yen family might not even produce 10 tons of refined essence gold in 3 years. And Sheng said, "Mr. Dugu, can you reduce it a little? Or can we use money and dimensional crystals to make up for the rest? As you know, the production of refined essence gold is very low. It's really difficult for us to hand over 10 tons of refined essence gold." The elder said with a smile, "Adjutant N, there's no need to act poor in front of an old man like me, who doesn't know that the Yen family's essence gold mine is the richest mine in the Federation. 10 tons of refined essence gold might be a huge sum to others, but it shouldn't be much to the Yen family, right? I can guarantee that Deputy Governor Qin will enjoy a full recovery. You can rest assured about this. The Dugu family is an expert in this aspect. There's no one else in the entire Federation who can guarantee you that." "Mr. Dugu." And Sheng was about to say something when he was interrupted by the elder. 10 tons of refined essence gold, not one bit less. Why don't you discuss it again? However, you have to be quick. If that dimensional creature injures the brain, even my Dugu family will be helpless," the elder said. Everyone knew that the Dugu family was trying to take advantage of the situation, but there was nothing they could do. No one in Luoyang could treat Qin Wufu's injuries. If they wanted Qin Wufu to live, this was probably the only way. And Tianzuo's eyes were resolute. Just as he was about to say something, and Sheng spoke first. "Overseer, let young Master Wen take a look at Governor Qin's injuries before making a decision." And Tianzuo fell silent as the elder beside him smiled confidently. "It's fine. You can get anyone to come and take a look. I don't dare say anything else, but in the field of microscopic companion beasts, no one will dare claim first if our Dugu family claims second. This dimensional creature that invaded his brain can only be eliminated by our Dugu family. Young Master Wen and Sheng looked at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen nodded and said, I need to observe Governor Qin's situation up close. And Sheng hurriedly led Zhou Wen to the ward. On the way to the ward, and Sheng whispered to Zhou Wen, Young Master Wen, using 10 tons of refined essence gold to save Governor Qin's life is nothing. As long as we can save him, Overseer will be willing to pay anything. However, the research on the new essence gold weapons in the military factory is at a critical juncture. A large amount of refined essence gold is needed for experiments. Without this batch of essence gold, the research progress will be delayed for a year or more. This will deal a severe blow to Luoyang and the An family. I'll try my best, Zhou Wen said. After reading the information, he had a general idea of what to do. However, the images taken by the instruments weren't very clear. He still needed to use his eyes of penetration to take a clear look himself to ensure that nothing went wrong. Standing beside Qin Wufu's bed, Zhou Wen used his eyes of penetration to look at his brain. A strange dimensional creature that looked like a blood vessel had invaded Qin Wufu's brain. The blood vessels extended out like a fishing net that wrapped around a portion of his brain. Furthermore, it was still spreading. Many blood vessels seemed to be part of the brain. It was difficult not to hurt the fragile brain if one wanted to remove it. After watching for a while, Zhou Wen deactivated his eyes of penetration. Young Master Wen, what do you think? And Sheng hurriedly asked. I can do it. Zhou Wen nodded. And Sheng was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly turned and said to Xianxia, who was on the other side of the glass window, Overseer, young Master Wen said that he can be saved. Governor Qin, shall we get young Master Wen to immediately rescue him? At this moment, the elder beside him said, Overseer, you have to think carefully. That dimensional creature has already merged with Governor Qin's brain. To eliminate, it requires an extremely meticulous job. It also requires the cooperation of special microscopic companion beasts. Are you sure you want such a young man to do it? Ignoring the fact that he can't eliminate it, even if he can, Governor Qin might end up a cripple if his brain is injured. And Xianxia didn't say a word after hearing the elder's words. He walked to the glass window and stared at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen, can you ensure Governor Qin's recovery? I can only guarantee that I can eliminate the dimensional creature without harming Deputy Governor Qin's brain. I can't guarantee anything else, Zhou Wen answered. Young man, don't be too blindly confident. Do you know what that dimensional creature is called? Do you know what kind of ability it has? The elder said with a smile. I don't know, nor do I need to know. I just need to know that I can eliminate it, Zhou Wen said. Overseer, did you hear that? What kind of statement is that? Do you really want to use such a person? The elder laughed. But soon, the elder's smile froze. And Xianxia directly said to Zhou Wen, immediately treat Deputy Governor Qin. Overseer, isn't your decision a little too rash? Or do you think Deputy Governor Qin's life is more important than 10 tons of refined essence gold? Wouldn't this demoralize your subordinates? The elder said with a smile. His words were clearly provoking the other officers. He wanted to use the officers' emotions to pressure and Xianxia. 10 tons of refined essence gold were very important resources for the Dugu family. The elder wasn't afraid that Zhou Wen could treat Qin Wufu, because he didn't believe that Zhou Wen had the ability to do so. He was afraid that he would have no hope of obtaining the batch of refined essence gold if Zhou Wen killed Qin Wufu. And Tianzuo didn't answer the elder. He looked at an officer beside him and asked, "If you were Governor Qin, who would you choose to treat you?" "Young Master Wen," the officer answered without hesitation. The elder's expression changed slightly. Things seemed to be different from what he had imagined. "What about you?" And Tianzuo asked another officer. "Young Master Wen," the officer immediately answered. And Tianzuo asked one by one, and all the officers chose Zhou Wen without any hesitation. There was no exception. From their expressions, it seemed like a foregone conclusion. "Overseer, your methods of subordination are truly brilliant." The elder held back the surprise in his heart. He had imagined that Tianzuo had given strict orders, making them be willing to risk their lives without any complaints. Although he said that, he couldn't help but look at Zhou Wen in the ward. He thought to himself, does he really have that ability? However, when his gaze landed on Zhou Wen, his pupils constricted. He saw a strange dimensional creature formed from red threads in Zhou Wen's hand. It was the dimensional creature in Qin Wufu's head. Zhou Wen had already taken out the dimensional creature at some point in time, and it was alive. "That's impossible." The elder wore a look of disbelief as he pressed his hands against the glass window. His eyes yearned to reach out to Zhou Wen, hoping to see if the dimensional creature in his hand was fake. Chapter 714, Worm Dugu. The dimensional creature contorted as it attempted to burrow into Zhou Wen's hand, but it was blocked by a force that prevented it. The doctor brought over a specially tempered piece of glassware that he had prepared, and Zhou Wen placed the dimensional creature inside. It constantly twisted and slammed into the glass container, hoping to rush out. Unfortunately, it was too weak and couldn't break through the tempered glass. Furthermore, there was an instrument made of essence gold above the glass container. It had a weakening effect on dimensional creatures. The elder didn't believe that Zhou Wen had really taken out the dimensional creature. He ran into the ward and wanted to examine Qin Wufu to confirm if the dimensional creature in his brain had really been taken out. However, there was no need for a checkup. The elder knew that Zhou Wen wasn't faking it. When he entered the ward, he saw that Qin Wufu had already woken up. Sorry for making everyone worry. Although Qin Wufu was still weak, his brain seemed to be functioning normally. He could already speak. "You are young Master Wen, right? Can you tell me how you did it?" the elder asked Zhou Wen. "No," Zhou Wen answered bluntly. The elder was slightly taken aback as he carefully sized up Zhou Wen before continuing. "With young Master Wen's abilities, it would be a pity if he doesn't join my Dugu family. Our Dugu family needs talented people. Young Master Wen, why don't you consider it?" "Mr. Dugu, isn't it inappropriate for you to poach one of ours in front of our overseer?" And Sheng said, "The Federation is a family. Young Master Wen, you really should consider our Dugu family. Otherwise, your ability will be wasted." As the elder spoke, he cupped his hands at Tianzuo and said, "I've broadened myself today. Thank you for the overseer's invitation. However, with young Master Wen around, I'm afraid we won't have many opportunities to cooperate in the future." "Mr. Dugu, you're being too polite." There are still many opportunities for cooperation in the future, said Xianxia. Before the elder left, he gave Zhou Wen an additional glance. Qin Wufu chatted with Zhou Wen for a while until the doctor told him to rest. Only then did Zhou Wen leave. When Zhou Wen arrived at the entrance, he saw Sheng waiting for him in the car, but he didn't see Xianxia. Overseer has something to attend to. He told me to take you back, and Sheng said with a smile. It's not far. I can go back myself, Zhou Wen said as he got into the car. It's mainly because there's something I need to tell you. The person you saw just now is called Worm Dugu. He's a member of the Dugu family. In terms of seniority, Dugu Ji has to call him second uncle. The Dugu family is adept at microscopic companion beasts, and this person is an expert in Gu-type companion beasts. And Sheng explained the origins of Worm Dugu in detail. Why are you telling me this so solemnly? Could it be that there's something wrong with this Worm Dugu? Zhou Wen asked. Young Master Wen, you are getting sharper. Although Governor Qin was injured because of the breakout creature at Chess Mountain, we still have our suspicions. Firstly, we haven't seen such a dimensional creature in Chess Mountain before. Secondly, the Dugu family lives far away in the South District. It's a coincidence that Worm Dugu happened to be in Luoyang. Although it might be a coincidence, it's best to be careful, and Sheng explained. Zhou Wen understood what Sheng meant. If the thing in Qin Wufu's head was really put there by Worm Dugu, then with Zhou Wen ruining the plans, Worm Dugu probably wouldn't give up easily. Young Master Wen, that white ball-like companion beast of yours is quite fun. Why don't you let it out for some fresh air? Perhaps there will be an unexpected gain, and Sheng said casually. I will. Zhou Wen knew that Sheng wanted him to use Tai Sui to prevent the invasion of Gu-type companion beasts. Unfortunately, Tai Sui was still evolving. It was probably useless for the time being. After returning to school, Zhou Wen summoned Primordial Spore and made it stand guard. Tai Sui was still evolving, so it was the only weapon that could deal with microscopic companion beasts. Under the surveillance of Sheng's men, Worm Dugu checked into a hotel. After dinner, he returned to his room to rest. He didn't do anything strange. Through the surveillance cameras, one could even see that Worm Dugu was sleeping in bed. However, in a place they couldn't see, a mosquito secretly flew out of the room, passing through the streets and heading for Sunset College at an unbelievable speed. As Worm Dugu flew, he thought to himself, how can those fools from the Yen family defend against me? I want to see how capable Zhou Wen is to be able to extract the blood thread brain-eating goo that was connected to his brain. Even if I were to take action, it would be impossible for me to pull it out as cleanly as him. With his ability, he's practically a genius at raising goo worms. The mosquito-shaped Worm Dugu quickly arrived at Sunset College. After getting his bearings, he headed for Four Seasons Garden. Others might not be able to find Zhou Wen's location, but Worm Dugu had a smell-seeking companion beast. It could find Zhou Wen by searching for his remnant smells. Soon, the mosquito-shaped Worm Dugu arrived outside Zhou Wen's building. He sniffed and confirmed that this was Zhou Wen's residence. Worm Dugu landed in the grass on the yard and thought to himself, let's get my baby to test his strength first. With a thought, he summoned a companion beast that looked like a spider. The spider was only the size of a fingernail, and it was gray. One wouldn't be able to see it if one didn't pay attention. The spider accepted the order from Worm Dugu and crawled towards Zhou Wen's building. It crawled in through the crack in the door in a seemingly easy manner. Just as Worm Dugu wanted to use the perspective of his spider companion, Beast, to take a look at the situation inside the building, so that he could pick up a strand of hair or a skin flake to proceed with the next step of the plan. The spider suddenly lost contact with him. Worm Dugu Worm didn't even see a thing. He's indeed prepared. However, if he thinks that he can defend against me just because of some preparations, he is severely underestimating my Dugu family. Worm Dugu didn't seem surprised. With a thought, he summoned some companion beasts. This time, it wasn't a spider, but an even smaller insect. It was like a black sesame seed, so small that it was almost indiscernible. There were many of them. Under the control of Worm Dugu, the black sesame-like flying insects flew into the dormitory through the cracks in the door, windows, and so on. Although my 100 or so black blood goo are only at the legendary stage, they can enter the bloodstream the moment they see it. As long as one is bitten by it, they will quickly reproduce in the blood. They can only be cured by me. I want to see if you have the ability to get these black blood goo out as well, thought Dugu Goo. Chapter 715, Magical Hair Goo. However, very quickly, Worm Dugu's expression turned ugly. After the tiny black blood goo entered the dorm, he lost contact with them one after another. Originally, Worm Dugu believed that even if a portion of the more than 100 black blood goo was discovered, there would definitely be quite a number of them which successfully infiltrated. One was enough as long as it succeeded. However, by the time Worm Dugu realized that something was amiss, more than 100 black blood goo was almost wiped out. He didn't even know who killed the black blood goo. In the dorm, a golden chick flew around. As long as a goo worm crawled in, it would eat them. No worm could come in alive. Worm Dugu refused to believe it as he released his companion beasts one after another, trying his best to infiltrate Zhou Wen's dorm. However, no matter what kind of companion beast he released, he immediately lost contact with them the moment they entered Zhou Wen's building. It was like a rock sinking into the sea. I don't believe that you can even kill my magical hair goo. Worm Dugu had sacrificed many companion beasts, but he refused to have his beliefs shaken. He just wanted to win once in his competition with Zhou Wen. He did not realize that Zhou Wen had no idea what was happening in his dorm. He was lying in his bedroom on the second floor, grinding instance dungeons. The moment Worm Dugu's companion beasts entered the building, they entered the chick's stomach without alarming Zhou Wen. Worm Dugu's magical hair goo was extraordinary. It was a mythical dimensional creature. That's right. It was a dimensional creature, not a companion beast. The truly powerful thing about the Dugu family was that they could tame dimensional creatures. Companion beasts were secondary. Magical hair goo was a dimensional creature that Worm Dugu had tamed himself. He had spent a lot of effort and nearly lost his life to subdue and tame it. This magical hair goo was a mythical dimensional creature. Its abilities were very special. As long as it came into contact with the enemy's body, it could parasitize their hair and use the power of their hair. It could control the growth of hair in reverse, causing the hair to grow inside the brain and body, taking root in the brain and flesh. It was terrifying. The hair absorbed the nutrients of the body, and in the end, all the flesh and blood in the body would be sucked dry. The interior would be filled with hair, leaving only a layer of human skin on the outside. This way of dying was extremely painful. When Worm Dugu caught the magical hair goo, he had almost died. It was only by chance that he had managed to subdue it. A black thread thinner than a strand of hair appeared in front of Worm Dugu. As though it was a strand of hair that was blown by the wind, it swept into the building through the crack in the door. "Punk, when you know how powerful my magical hair goo is, won't you end up following me back to the South District and be my disciple?" Dugu Gu felt that he could definitely deal with Zhou Wen by releasing such a powerful weapon. He didn't really want to do anything to Zhou Wen. All he wanted was to take him in as a disciple of the Dugu family and raise worms with him. The main reason was that Zhou Wen's method of extracting the blood thread brain-eating goo was so shocking. Worm Dugu felt that such talent made him gifted at rearing goo worms. It would be a pity if he didn't do so. The Dugu family was a true presence in the South District. However, the Dugu family didn't just rear worms. In fact, they raised too many things. As the drop rate of companion beasts was too low, especially mythical companion eggs which were also difficult to find, the Dugu family did the opposite. Killing a mythical creature only gave one a certain chance of obtaining a companion egg. But the chances weren't high. However, if they could tame a mythical creature, it was equivalent to having a 100% chance of obtaining a pet. Coupled with the research of ancient spells and generations of people, the Dugu family was unmatched in the Federation when it came to rearing strange dimensional creatures. However, taming dimensional creatures was very dangerous. Furthermore, the dimensional creatures that the Dugu family domesticated were strange, making them even more dangerous. Many members of the Dugu family were killed by the dimensional creatures they domesticated. In the eyes of Worm Dugu, Zhou Wen was born to nurture goo worms. Therefore, he wanted to recruit him into the Dugu family. Of course, if he was recruited into the Dugu family to learn the art of taming dimensional creatures, he had to first implant a goo in Zhou Wen to prevent him from learning the Dugu family's abilities only to end up dealing with the Dugu family. However, Worm Dugu never expected that all the companion beasts he had sent in would die for no apparent reason. This was why he released his most precious magical hair goo. When it comes to worms, I, Worm Dugu, am an expert. Worm Dugu was thinking about what he would do when Zhou Wen came crying to him with black hair overgrowing everywhere. The moment the magical hair goo entered the building, it was discovered by the chick. However, this time, it didn't immediately fly over. It stood on the table and watched as the magical hair goo rolled towards the stairs on the second floor. It seemed to be hesitating. Just as the magical hair goo was about to roll to the side of the stairs, the chick finally moved. Like a golden bolt of lightning, it landed in front of the bedroom door and pecked at the magical hair goo, hoisting it up. It raised its neck and swallowed the magical hair goo. The magical hair goo twisted in the chick's stomach, but a golden flame burned in its stomach, gradually melting the magical hair goo. PFFT. On the grass outside, Worm Dugu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He returned to his original form, dispelling his mosquito-like form. His face was terrifyingly pale and filled with disbelief. Impossible. The magical hair goo is almost invulnerable. It grows once it enters the flesh. How can this be? Worm Dugu's face was pale as he broke out into a cold sweat. He had been raising worms for so many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying opponent. One who could even easily kill a magical hair goo. Could this Zhou Wen really be my nemesis? He can even easily kill a magical hair goo. It's probably easy for him to take my life. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have come. The more Worm Dugu thought about it, the more terrified he became. He gritted his teeth and got up from the ground to knock on Zhou Wen's door. Zhou Wen was grinding dungeons when he heard the doorbell ring. He thought it was a classmate, but when he opened the door, he saw an old man standing at the door. It was none other than Worm Dugu. Zhou Wen was secretly wary. Could it be as Sheng said? Worm Dugu is here to settle scores. Just as Zhou Wen was thinking about how to deal with Worm Dugu, the latter suddenly bowed at him. "Young Master Wen, it's all my fault. I was blind. I shouldn't have offended you. According to the rules of our Dugu family, I've lost this match. Feel free to punish me, even if it takes my life. I'll do whatever you want." Zhou Wen was puzzled when he heard that. He had indeed been wary of Worm Dugu, but he didn't discover anything entering his room. What was this Worm Dugu talking about? Chapter 716, Master. "Do you know how you lost?" Zhou Wen asked Worm Dugu. He had no idea what had happened, so he wanted to figure it out. Worm Dugu ended up misunderstanding Zhou Wen. He said bitterly, "Young Master Wen, you are indeed brilliant. I used the blood-sucking spider, black blood goo, and 7 other types of miniature companion beasts. Each one was smaller than the last, but none of them escaped your notice. All the companion beasts were killed by you. In the end, I had no choice but to use the magical hair goo. I originally thought I could use the magical hair goo to teach you a lesson, but I never expected that I would be the one being taught a lesson." "Why did you attack me?" Zhou Wen asked again. Worm Dugu blushed and stammered. "When I saw your technique at the hospital, I felt that you were more suited to learning my techniques of raising insects and worms. So I wanted to take you to the South District to learn how to raise insects and worms from me." "You mean that you want to take me in as your disciple?" Zhou Wen asked Worm Dugu in a daze. Worm Dugu's face flushed red. "Young Master Wen, I'm really sorry. I've really embarrassed myself. Only today did I realize that there's always someone better out there. What a joke about you being my disciple. I'm not even qualified to be your disciple. If you wish to kill me, just give the word. I won't dirty your hands. Did the dimensional creature in Governor Qin's brain have anything to do with you?" Zhou Wen asked directly. Worm Dugu immediately said with a serious expression, "Definitely not. Although our Dugu family does need a batch of essence gold, we wouldn't go to such an extent, much less harm Deputy Governor Qin, who defends against a dimensional zone." "In that case, leave," Zhou Wen said after some thought. However, Worm Dugu had no intention of leaving. He gritted his teeth and said to Zhou Wen, "Young Master Wen, I've raised worms my entire life. This is the first time I've suffered such a terrible defeat. I don't even know how I failed. Can you tell me how you killed the magical hair goo?" "I don't know," Zhou Wen said casually. He really didn't know how the magical hair goo died. He didn't even see it. On second thought, the chick had been flying around without him knowing why. He could roughly guess that the chick had resolved the miniature companion beasts and the magical hair goo. However, it wasn't appropriate for him to tell Worm Dugu. "You don't know how the magical hair goo died." Worm Dugu naturally didn't believe such an answer. "It was dead before I even saw it. How would I know how it died? As Zhou Wen spoke, he prepared to close the door. He wasn't in the mood to say anything more to Worm Dugu. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't wish for Worm Dugu to die in school, thus causing a conflict between the Dugu family and Luoyang, he would have taken action. Although he didn't plan on taking action now, Zhou Wen had no intention of letting Worm Dugu off the hook. He planned on using the invisibility cloak to tail Worm Dugu and see if he had any accomplices before deciding what to do. Zhou Wen was only making a passing remark, hoping to send Worm Dugu on his way. It also gave him an opportunity to test the effects of the invisibility cloak. However, when Worm Dugu heard that, he was alarmed. "You killed the magical hair goo without seeing it." "Yes. If there's nothing else, leave. Don't disturb me again," Zhou Wen said as he closed the door. To his surprise, Worm Dugu rushed over and held the door open. "Young Master Wen, can you let me see your companion beast?" A companion beast that can easily kill a magical hair goo must be extraordinary. Just as he was about to say something, Worm Dugu suddenly saw the chick standing on the table. He immediately widened his eyes in shock. "What's wrong with you? Do you really think I don't dare kill you?" Zhou Wen said with a cold expression. If Worm Dugu continued pestering him, he would have no choice but to attack. That can't be." Worm Dugu didn't seem to hear Zhou Wen's reprimand as he stared intently at the chick and stammered. Could that be the legendary phoenix fledgling? "You recognize it?" Zhou Wen looked at Worm Dugu in surprise. The chick had been with him for quite some time, but not many people recognized its origins. Now, the chick looked like a tiny golden eagle. It didn't look anything like a phoenix. "I recognize it. Of course I recognize it. How can a person who plays with worms and insects not recognize a phoenix? A phoenix is the nemesis of insects and worms. No matter how powerful a goo worm is, they are powerless against it. No wonder, no wonder." As Worm Dugu spoke, he tore off its clothes, revealing his dry chest muscles. "What are you trying to do?" Zhou Wen took 2 steps back and looked at Worm Dugu in surprise. However, Worm Dugu turned around, allowing Zhou Wen to see his back. On his back was a huge blood-colored phoenix tattoo. It looked extremely realistic, as though it could flap its wings and fly out at any moment. "You have a phoenix companion beast." Zhou Wen was alarmed. Worm Dugu said in embarrassment, "How can I have a phoenix companion beast? The teacher who taught me how to raise worms tattooed this on me. It's called the phoenix, hooking evil painting. This is a rule passed down from my ancestors. It uses a mixture of special avian blood and medicinal herbs for the tattooing. It can be used to ward off insects and evil. It's to prevent me from being injured when catching insects and raising goo. In my lineage, there are also ancient books regarding phoenixes. The phoenix fledgling described in them is very similar to yours. It's just slightly different. Young Master Wen, is this really a phoenix fledgling?" "I see." Zhou Wen didn't answer as he nodded and said, "If there's nothing else, go back. I won't let you off so easily the next time I see you." However, Worm Dugu didn't move. He said to Zhou Wen in a fawning manner, "Young Master Wen, do you lack any errand boys? Do you want me to be your assistant?" "I don't need an assistant," Zhou Wen said with a frown. "That's right. Men usually find young ladies to be their assistants. Then, what do you think about you becoming my master?" Worm Dugu's eyes darted around as he suddenly said something unexpected. "How old are you?" Why are you still taking me as your master? Before Zhou Wen could finish his sentence, Worm Dugu had already plopped to the ground. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple, Worm Dugu. Worm Dugu didn't hesitate at all. He was about to pay his respects to his master by kowtowing. Zhou Wen was dumbfounded. He had no idea what was happening. Before he could react, Worm Dugu had already finished kowtowing. What are you trying to do? Zhou Wen stared at Worm Dugu and frowned. Worm Dugu crawled up and said, "From now on, you are my master." Master, when are you going to teach me how to raise a phoenix? Chapter 717, Worm Dugu's Plan. Zhou Wen took out his saber and prepared to slash at him. After all this back and forth, Worm Dugu was actually targeting the chick. Worm Dugu hurriedly retreated out of the yard when he saw Zhou Wen take out his saber. As he retreated, he shouted, "Master, I'll visit you another day. Call me if there's anything you need. I'll be there anytime." Zhou Wen closed the door and immediately summoned the invisibility cloak. Then, he jumped out of the window at the back of his residence and tailed Worm Dugu from afar to see what he was up to. Zhou Wen saw Worm Dugu secretly arrive at an uninhabited spot before turning into a mosquito. He then flew out of the school. Zhou Wen wore the invisibility cloak and had Truth Listener on his ear. He kept monitoring the movements of Worm Dugu and soon followed him to a dilapidated warehouse. There's indeed an accomplice. Zhou Wen used Truth Listener to listen and realized that there was another person in the warehouse besides Worm Dugu. Zhou Wen listened attentively, hoping to gather some useful information. With Truth Listener around, he didn't need to risk entering the warehouse. "Second Grandpa, what took you so long? How did the matter regarding Essence Gold go?" The person who spoke to Worm Dugu was a girl. She appeared rather young. She had a round face and huge eyes. She looked to be about 16 or 17 years old at most. "I screwed up. The blood thread brain-eating goo in Qin Wufu's body was extracted by someone else," said Worm Dugu. "Apart from our Dugu family, there's actually someone who can extract a blood thread brain-eating goo that has entrenched a brain," the girl said in disbelief. "I didn't believe it either, but it was indeed extracted. Furthermore, Qin Wufu was completely unharmed," said Worm Dugu helplessly. "What about the essence gold? Is the Yen family willing to sell so much refined essence gold to us?" the girl asked worriedly. "Probably not." Dugu Gu smiled and said, "But don't worry. Even if we don't use essence gold, I've already thought of a way to capture the myriad poison Gu King. Second Grandpa, didn't you try that the last time? Even the magical hair Gu is helpless against the myriad poison Gu King. It was almost destroyed. Do you have any more powerful Gu?" The girl looked at Worm Dugu in disbelief. Dugu Gu chuckled and said, "I don't have one, but I've just become a disciple to a master. If I can get his help, I'll definitely be able to capture that myriad poison Gu King." Second Grandpa, didn't you say that the master you had is already dead? Where did this master come from? The girl's face looked puzzled. Didn't I just say that I just became a disciple of this master? He has a phoenix fledgling. With the help of the phoenix fledgling, we don't need to forge an essence gold worm nurturing furnace to still capture the myriad poison Gu King, said Worm Dugu. Then, Second Grandpa, quickly get your new master to help, the girl said. Cough, cough. There's no rush. Wormdugu knew very well that it wasn't that easy to get Zhou Wen to use the phoenix fledgling to help him capture the myriad poison goo king. The girl sighed and said, I originally thought that our luck was good, and we happened to encounter the situation of Qin Wufu having his brain invaded by a blood thread brain-eating goo. I thought we could exchange for enough essence gold, but I never expected that we wouldn't even get a single bit of essence gold. I wonder when we will be able to capture the myriad poison king. Mir, don't worry. With second grandpa around, I guarantee that I'll help you obtain the goo king of myriad poison valley. Furthermore, other than me, no one else has the ability to take the goo king away. Just relax. Wormdugu changed the topic and said, stay in Luoyang and have some fun for a few days. When we are to return to the South District, I'll naturally seek you out. Don't run around. You can't leave Luoyang City, understand? Got it, second grandpa. Mir agreed seriously. After some thought, Mir asked again, second grandpa, should I visit your master? Second grandpa, how should I address your master? No need, no need. You don't have to worry about this matter. After Wormdugu sent Mir away, he muttered to himself, I don't know if there's a second phoenix fledgling. I reckon the possibility of there being a second one is very low. Even if there is one, I'm afraid it won't be easy to obtain it. I should think of a way to invite Master to follow me to Myriad Poison Valley, but how can I move him? From the looks of it, I have to think of a way. Zhou Wen listened outside all this time. He heard them talking about goo, but he didn't hear any plans. From Mir's tone, Qin Wufu's injuries didn't seem to have anything to do with them. Although I don't know if the chick is a real phoenix, it does seem to be able to restrain dimensional creatures like goo worms. In the future, I have to bring it along if I have to go to the South District, Zhou Wen thought to himself. After Wormdugu left the dilapidated warehouse, he returned to the hotel and didn't come out again. Zhou Wen eavesdropped for a long time, but he didn't gather any useful information. Finally, he gave up on monitoring Wormdugu and returned to the school dorm. The ability of the invisibility cloak is really useful. Even if I walk on the streets during the day, I don't need to worry about being seen by others. Even if I don't use the Wheel of Destiny, it's enough to remain invisible under normal circumstances. Zhou Wen thought about how he could use the invisibility cloak to do something big. Before the dimensional zones are fully unlocked, I should download some game dungeons. I'll download the famous dimensional zones first. I wonder what dimensional zones Primordial Immortal Sword, Origin Realm King, and Death of the Underworld Companion Beasts come from. After some thought, Zhou Wen decided to start with the nearest dimensional zones. The famous dimensional zones closer to Luoyang should be the Xia family's dimensional zones, right? Zhou Wen looked up the information and quickly made up his mind. He planned on heading to the Xia family's territory. The Xia family controlled many mysterious dimensional zones. Zhou Wen had always wanted to go to a few of them. One of the most famous dimensional zones was named Ancient Sword Tomb. It was said that there were many legendary swords there. The Xia family's old hero had once obtained a mythical sword-type companion egg from Ancient Sword Tomb and used it to reign supreme. However, that was decades ago. The Xia family had controlled the Ancient Sword Tomb for so long, so they definitely had more than one mythical companion beast sword. Zhou Wen suspected that the demonic sword that demonic neonate snatched from Xianxia Yu was from the Ancient Sword Tomb. After I'm done with the Xia family, I'll tour the 6 families' territories and download the dimensional zones they control. When that happens, I can grind for any companion beast I want. There's no need for me to risk my life." Zhou Wen did as he said. He planned on informing Sheng before setting off for the Xia family. This time, Zhou Wen didn't dare leave the chick and antelope behind. He was mainly afraid that the Dugu family would target the chick. Although the possibility of the antelope being stolen was very low, Zhou Wen still planned on taking them with him to prevent any accidents. Chapter 718, Teacher Square. The chick stood on Zhou Wen's shoulder and looked around curiously. However, the antelope looked listless. It didn't seem to like walking. Zhou Wen wasn't in a rush. This trip was also a form of training. He planned on taking a look at all the dimensional zones along the way. He planned on taking a picture of all the dimensional zones with the tiny palm symbol to prepare for a full-scale break out of dimensional zones in the future. Ancient Sword Tomb was in Imperial Capital. Zhou Wen could also take this chance to visit Wang Lu and repay his debt. Imperial Capital was also known as Capital. Unlike the Holy City that was jointly controlled by the 6 families, Imperial Capital was basically controlled by the Xia family. However, to everyone's surprise, the Special Inspector Bureau's headquarters was also in Imperial Capital, not Holy City. Zhou Wen had plans of making a trip to the Bureau's headquarters on his visit to the Imperial Capital. As many roads were blocked by dimensional zones, all he could do was circle around them. He had to travel further. Even with Zhou Wen's present strength, he didn't dare barge into unexplored dimensional zones to prevent any accidents. The route Zhou Wen chose was the one Sheng had planned for him. Although it was a little further, it was safe and reliable. After carefully studying the information, the first relatively famous dimensional zone he encountered was called 5 Dragons' Mouth. It was originally a scenic spot. After the dimensional storms, the 5 Dragons' Mouth turned into a complicated, stacked dimensional zone that had multiple dimensional zones within. One of the most famous dimensional zones of the 5 Dragons' Mouth was called Mount Confucius. There was a teacher square in the western Mount Confucius, and Mount Laojun was in the east. Legend had it that the Confucian and Taoist families had competed here, leaving behind many moving tales. After the dimensional storms, Mount Confucius became even stranger. One could often hear the sound of reading from Teacher Square, but when one really looked over, there wasn't a single soul. There was also Arrow atop. It was the highest peak of 5 Dragons' Mouth. It had many legends related to Huye. There were also other dimensional zones that had their own specialties. Zhou Wen planned on heading to the 5 Dragons' Mouth to take a look. If he could download the dimensional zones, it wouldn't be bad to keep them for future research. Worm Dugu didn't know that Zhou Wen had left Luoyang, so he went to look for him early in the morning. "Master, are you awake? I'm here to pay my respects to you. When are you free? Teach me, your disciple, how to raise a phoenix." In order to learn the way to raise a phoenix, Worm Dugu didn't care about his reputation at all. He kept using the words master and disciple without any hesitation. "Why are you making such a din so early in the morning?" Lai Xuan walked out of Zhou Wen's dorm. Before Zhou Wen left, he got Lai Xuan to take all the food in the fridge to prevent it from spoiling. "Who are you? Where's my master?" Worm Dugu glared at Lai Xuan. "How would I know who your master is?" Lai Xuan sized up Worm Dugu and saw that the old man was already in his 70s or 80s. To think he still had a master. You walked out of my master's dorm, and you still say that you don't know who my master is, said Worm Dugu. Zhou Wen is your master. Lai Xuan widened his mouth as he sized up Worm Dugu in disbelief. Zhou Wen was only 17 or 18 years old. How could he have such an old disciple? That's right. Zhou Wen is my master. Has he woken up? Worm Dugu said matter-of-factly. If Zhou Wen is your master, then wouldn't I, Zhou Wen's classmate, be your martial uncle? Disciple nephew, there's no need to continue shouting. Zhou Wen has gone out and isn't on campus, Lai Xuan joked. Worm Dugu narrowed his eyes. He recognized Zhou Wen as his master, because he wanted to learn how to rear a phoenix from Zhou Wen. It didn't mean that others could use him as a joke. Sure, that depends on whether you have the fortune to be my martial uncle. Worm Dugu remained unperturbed as he secretly released a black blood goo, hoping to teach Lai Xuan a lesson. However, when the black blood goo crawled to Lai Xuan's side, it suddenly stopped moving. It sprawled on the ground and trembled. No matter how the Worm Dugu urged it, the black blood goo didn't dare approach Lai Xuan. Worm Dugu was slightly taken aback. He had never encountered such a situation. He summoned a few more goo, but the moment they approached Lai Xuan, they immediately curled up in horror, not daring to touch him. Worm Dugu wore a look of surprise. What's going on? Why are my goo worms afraid of him? Does he have a phoenix too? Zhou Wen continued forward and didn't encounter any danger. Along the way, he saw a companion beast caravan that transported goods. As motor transportation became increasingly difficult, many transportation companies had chosen to use companion beasts to transport goods. He successfully arrived at 5 Dragon's Mouth. Zhou Wen walked along the mountain path, hoping to find the tiny palm symbol. After searching for a long time, he didn't find it. Instead, he saw many people fighting a monkey-type dimensional creature. The monkey was muscular and had a short tail. It looked rather ferocious. Zhou Wen took a look at the information and knew that this dimensional creature was called a macaque. It was a relatively common dimensional creature at 5 Dragon's Mouth. There were many of them, and they were typically at the mortal stage. Occasionally, one could see a legendary monkey king. Legend had it that the macaque here had the bloodline of the handsome Monkey King. He didn't know if it was true. The macaque king's combat strength was considered quite powerful among legendaries. Furthermore, the macaque king companion beast's companion form was very special, giving it a rather high value. The nearby legendaries would often come here to hunt the macaque king, hoping to gain something. Zhou Wen wasn't interested in hunting the macaque king. He just searched for the tiny palm symbol. Suddenly, Zhou Wen heard a strange sound coming from a nearby mountain. It sounded like children reading textbooks. The sound was drawn out, making it sound odd. However, those voices were clearly not children's voices. They were the voices of adults. Zhou Wen looked at the source of the sound and then at the map. He immediately knew that it was the legendary Teacher Square. The legends are true. There's actually the sound of reading in broad daylight at Teacher Square. Zhou Wen's interest was piqued as he walked towards Teacher Square to see what was so magical about it. However, Zhou Wen couldn't help but be taken aback when he reached Teacher Square and saw the scene in front of him. There were many people sitting on Teacher Square. They were all twirling their heads as they read. The voice Zhou Wen had heard wasn't a phenomenon, but a result of actual people reading. These people were engrossed in their reading. They twirled their heads and read loudly, as though they were primary school students who were seriously reciting their textbooks. They also resembled scholars from ancient times. Their voices were especially charming as they dragged out their last words. Could this be a reading activity that's hosted here? Zhou Wen thought as he climbed onto Teacher Square. However, just as he stepped onto Teacher Square, he couldn't help but open his mouth and emit the same voices as the others. He began reading with them, but he had never heard the content that he was reading. There's something odd about this place. Zhou Wen was alarmed. Chapter 719, Injured. Zhou Wen couldn't help but sit down and become one of them. He began reciting with them. Zhou Wen recited in a rhythmic manner as though he was very familiar with it, but he had no idea what he was reciting. Thankfully, the mysterious power of Teacher Square wasn't harmful. All he did was sit there and read. There was no further development. Zhou Wen wasn't in a rush to escape the mysterious power's control. He wanted to figure out what the mysterious power was up to. There were more than 100 people sitting on the huge Teacher Square. They looked like people who cultivated. Zhou Wen felt that it wasn't a coincidence that they were here. Why isn't there any mention of such a strange power on Mount Confucius? Zhou Wen recited while studying the content he was reciting. The content was very esoteric. The language and words were very different from what modern people were used to. It was clearly an ancient article. Zhou Wen's level of literacy was very ordinary. He could still understand some simple ancient texts, but he really couldn't understand such obscure ancient texts. Previously, Zhou Wen had studied the ancient texts of Taoism and Buddhism, but this ancient text was clearly different from the two. He had never heard of many terms, so he couldn't figure out what it meant, even after listening for a while. Zhou Wen originally wanted to memorize the article he was reciting and slowly study it later, but he soon realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember a single word. After reciting a sentence, it was as if it had vanished from his memory. He couldn't memorize it at all. From the looks of it, I can only try recording it. Zhou Wen wanted to take out his phone to record his voice. However, he realized that his body wasn't listening to him. All he could do was sit there and chant. He couldn't do anything else. With a thought, Zhou Wen switched his essence energy art to the Tao Sutra. He wanted to use the power of God's retreat to break the rules of Teacher Square and take out his phone to record the recital. Bam! Just as Zhou Wen switched to the Tao Sutra, he suddenly felt a terrifying force strike him like lightning. The jade infant nearly cracked. Zhou Wen's body tumbled down Teacher Square like a balloon. Thankfully, after leaving Teacher Square, Zhou Wen regained control of his body and quickly found his footing. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his organs were severely injured. Some of his bones had even fractured. Zhou Wen was alarmed. Is the taboo power of Teacher Square that domineering? However, on second thought, he felt that something was amiss. The taboo power in Netherworld City was already extremely terrifying, but it wasn't as potent as this. The taboo power in Teacher Square was no longer something that could be explained by the word potent. Zhou Wen felt that the taboo power of Teacher Square was targeting him. Wait, I think I understand. Zhou Wen immediately recalled. Legend had it that Mount Confucius was the place where the Confucian and Taoist practitioners fought for supremacy, and Teacher Square was the territory of Confucianism. It was highly likely that he had been targeted when he used the Tao Sutra on Teacher Square. In that case, I should head to Mount Leijun to take a look. That's Taoist territory. Zhou Wen wanted to stand up, but his injuries were too severe. The moment he moved, he grimaced in pain. I should heal my injuries first. Zhou Wen switched to the inverse ancient sovereign life soul and used its powerful life force to heal his injured organs and bones. However, the inverse ancient sovereign only had a powerful life force. Its self-healing speed was far inferior to Lai Xuan's life soul. The antelope looked at Zhou Wen gloatingly, as though it already knew the mystery of Teacher Square. The chick skipped about on the rocks beside him. It was filled with curiosity about everything. "Are you all right?" A woman in her 30s walked over and squatted down to ask Zhou Wen. "I'm fine. It's just a small injury." Zhou Wen shook his head. The woman smiled and said, "You aren't from around here. It's your first time at Mount Confucius's Teacher Square, right?" "How did you know?" Zhou Wen asked. "The locals know that you can't use Taoist essence energy arts on Teacher Square. You must have used the Taoist essence energy art just now to be struck out," the woman explained. The recital had ended, and the people sitting on Teacher Square had returned to normal. They were walking down in twos and threes. They looked at Zhou Wen with a smile. Clearly, they, like the woman, knew why Zhou Wen had been expelled. Teacher Square is a holy land for cultivating Confucian essence energy arts like righteousness. If you cultivate in Taoist essence energy arts, you should head to Mount Leijun. The woman thought for a moment and reminded him, Teacher Square has an hour of recital daily. If you want to tour the area, you can go up after that hour. Thank you for your advice. I wonder if Mount Leijun has any taboos? Zhou Wen hurriedly asked. Not really. There's a Tao book on the top of Mount Leijun, but it requires self-enlightenment. There's no force that can force you. The woman sized up Zhou Wen and said, Your injuries don't seem light. Do you want me to take you to the hospital? There's no need. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Zhou Wen hurriedly thanked the woman for her kindness. After the woman left, Zhou Wen sat there to recuperate. However, his injuries were too serious. On the second day, the woman and many people who cultivated in Confucian essence energy art came to Teacher Square again. Yet, Zhou Wen hadn't completely recovered from his injuries. Why are you still here? Are you really fine? The woman asked Zhou Wen in surprise. Typically, even if someone was expelled, they wouldn't be too heavily injured. It's fine, it's fine. I just like the scenery here. I want to take a break here, Zhou Wen said with a smile. The average person's injuries wouldn't be that serious, but not only did Zhou Wen use the Tao Sutra, but he had also used God's retreat, hoping to nullify the taboo power of Teacher Square. That was why he was so heavily injured. Seeing that Zhou Wen's expression was much better than yesterday, the woman didn't say anything else. Like the others, she got onto Teacher Square and sat down. Soon, Zhou Wen heard the familiar recital. Those people basically came to Teacher Square to read every day. Zhou Wen chatted with the woman a few times and knew that everyone called her Sister Gui. According to Sister Gui, raiding on Teacher Square accelerated one's cultivation efficiency of Confucian essence energy arts. However, There were very few people cultivating the Confucian essence energy arts now. Therefore, the people who came to Teacher Square for the daily recital were basically acquaintances. They had known each other long ago. After a few days, Zhou Wen finally recovered from his injuries. However, his injuries were secondary. The primary reason was that it took until now for the jade infant to recover from its injuries. After recovering, the jade infant gave Zhou Wen a strange feeling as though it was about to break through. Could it be that being injured helps the jade infant break through? Zhou Wen had a thought. Chapter 720. Comfort only when thrown out. Zhou Wen decided to give it another try. God's retreat had already reached its peak. It couldn't continue improving even in Netherworld City. If the power of Teacher Square could really allow God's retreat to advance to a perfect body, it would be Zhou Wen's first perfect body life soul. When it was the recital session at Teacher Square, Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and walked towards it. When Sister Gui saw that Zhou Wen had mostly recovered from his injuries, she said with a smile, "This time, make sure not to circulate a Taoist essence energy art when you step into Teacher Square." Zhou Wen didn't know what to say. The others laughed. After recuperating here for a few days, they had basically recognized Zhou Wen and knew about his embarrassing use of a Taoist essence energy art on Teacher Square. Just as she was about to say something, the recital session began. A mysterious force enveloped Teacher Square. Everyone suddenly sat down and began to recite an article in all seriousness, one that they didn't understand. Zhou Wen was one of them, but just as he started reciting, he switched his essence energy art to Tao Sutra. Boom! As though he was struck in the soul, Zhou Wen felt his soul tremble as his body involuntarily flew out. He slammed onto the stone steps and rolled a distance before he managed to control his body. His injuries were worse than before, but Zhou Wen was pleased to discover that the jade infant's injuries were much lighter than the previous time. After the previous injury, his resistance seemed to have improved significantly. Could it be that this method really works? Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised. An hour later, Sister Gui and company came down from Teacher Square and passed by Zhou Wen, who was recuperating. Sister Gui said in a speechless manner, "Little Zhou, didn't I tell you that you can't use Taoist essence energy arts on Teacher Square? Why didn't you listen to me?" "I won't harm you," Zhou Wen hurriedly said. "Sister Gui, I know that I can't use Taoist essence energy arts on Teacher Square, but I have a bad temper. The more I'm not allowed to do it, the more I have to do it." "Child," Sister Gui was instantly rendered speechless. "Sister Gui, don't bother about him. There's something wrong with this kid's brain." "That's right. Who cares what he's doing? He's just looking for trouble. I think it's because life in the Federation is too good that there are so many young people out there looking for trouble. Young people have never endured suffering. It's understandable why they want to seek out excitement. I was the same when I was young. My mom said that girls will have children when they sleep with men. I didn't listen to her, and I ended up giving birth. From then on, there was an additional young man with an antelope and chick on Mount Confucius's Teacher Square. In the beginning, he was sent flying every 2 to 3 days. Later on, it became worse. He was sent flying daily during the recital session on Teacher Square because of his circulation of a Taoist essence energy art, as though he would feel uncomfortable if he didn't get thrown out. Sister Gui tried persuading him at first, but Zhou Wen didn't listen. She got used to it over time. After the recital, a young girl left with Sister Gui. When they passed by Zhou Wen, who was lying by the roadside, the girl looked at him and said to her, "Sister Gui, you think that little Zhou is silly? Why does he have to go against Teacher Square for no reason? Isn't he just looking for trouble? He really has nothing better to do." Sister Gui smiled and said, "How is little Zhou silly? He's such a good lad. I think he has his reasons for doing so." "What reason could there be?" "I think he's just bored." The young girl paused before continuing, "Why is there such a senseless person? If everyone was like Zhu Tong, the Federation's land wouldn't be constantly devoured by dimensional zones." As she spoke, the young girl couldn't help but look at the youth in front of her. The young man had an imposing appearance. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He was indeed a very handsome young man. Zhu Tong was very famous at Five Dragons' Mouth. He cultivated righteous energy and had advanced to the epic stage at the age of 27. In this region, no one was better than Zhu Tong. It was understandable that Zhu Tong could win the girl's admiration. Sister Gui said with a smile, "Zhu Tong is not bad, but there are many outstanding girls around outstanding men. Why don't you consider little Zhu? I think that young lad is pretty good. He looks quite handsome and is about the same age as you. No one is vying with you for him yet. TCH, I don't fancy such a senseless man. If I want to find a boyfriend, I have to find an outstanding man like Zhu Tong." The girl curled her lips and turned her head to look at Zhu Wen, who was lying on the mountain path. No matter how she looked at him, he was far inferior to the dignified and refined Zhu Tong. Sister Gui said with a faint smile, "It's understandable that little girls like men like Zhu Tong. When you reach my age, you might feel that some special men might be more interesting. Perhaps. However, I won't find such a man interesting at any time." The girl didn't find Zhu Wen interesting when she saw him sleeping on the mountain path. His clothes were disheveled, and there was a chick skipping around him. He resembled a wandering performer. Days passed. Every time the jade infant was struck, Zhu Wen would have the illusion that he was about to break through. Although this feeling was very real, no matter how realistic it was still an illusion. He couldn't advance to a perfect body. Strange. I clearly feel that I can advance to a perfect body, so why haven't I advanced? What's the difference? Zhu Wen kept pondering over this question. After some thought, Zhu Wen thought of a possibility. Back then, Zero Taboo was a crystalline body. After the crystal exploded, the god's retreat jade infant was born. Zhu Wen was wondering if it was possible that the jade infant needed to be destroyed before it could advance to a perfect body. This explained the reason why he felt that he was about to break through every time the jade infant was injured. However, as the jade infant's body healed, the feeling of a breakthrough vanished. After some thought, Zhu Wen realized that there was only one possibility. However, it was too risky to shatter the jade infant. If his guess was wrong and the jade infant was really destroyed, he would be doomed. He would have to condense the life soul again. Therefore, Zhu Wen was still hesitant about giving the jade infant a try. It was time for the recital session again. When Sister Gui and company arrived at Teacher Square, many people greeted Zhu Wen. As Zhu Wen had been here for more than 2 weeks, the people who often came to Teacher Square were already familiar with him. However, most people felt that Zhu Wen was a little silly and only wanted to joke with him. They didn't have any ill intentions. Sister Gui got Zhou Wen to head to Teacher Square with her as she asked, "Little Zhou, are you still circulating the Taoist essence energy art today?" "Yes," Zhou Wen nodded. Everyone waited on Teacher Square for the recital session to begin. Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to chat, so Sister Gui and the girl beside her chatted. Chapter 721, Reconstitution After Collapsing. When it was time for the recital, everyone involuntarily sat down and began reciting. Although everyone was conscious, they couldn't control their bodies or mouths. They could only move freely after the recital session ended. During this period of time, they could do nothing but recite. Zhou Wen was considering if he should use the power of Teacher Square to shatter the Jade Infant and reconstitute it, when he suddenly saw a figure rushing across the mountain path at an astonishing speed. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a macaque. However, this macaque seemed to be a little different from ordinary macaque. The average macaque was only about 1.5 meters tall. Even a legendary macaque king maxed out at 1.9 meters. That would make it look majestic. However, this macaque was nearly 3 meters tall. It looked even more ferocious than a macaque. Its eyes were glowing red, and its fur appeared metallic black. It looked like a ferocious wrath from afar. Sister Gui and the others also noticed the blood-eyed black macaque. They were somewhat surprised, but no one was worried. Even if this blood-eyed black macaque was an epic dimensional creature, as long as it entered Teacher Square, it would be affected by Teacher Square's power. Like all humans, it would sit on the ground and recite ancient texts. Something similar had happened in the past. A macaque that accidentally entered Teacher Square ended up sitting down and reading like the humans. It wouldn't threaten the scholars here. However, the moment the blood-eyed black macaque entered Teacher Square, everyone's expression changed drastically, revealing shock. The blood-eyed black macaque actually didn't sit down to recite. Its eyes were glowing with blood-red light as it walked step by step towards the humans sitting on Teacher Square. It exposed its fangs and looked like it was going to devour someone. The color drained from everyone's faces, but they couldn't move. All they could do was watch as the blood-eyed black macaque walked over as they recited. Everyone wore odd expressions. Their faces looked prim and proper as they swirled their heads while reciting. However, their eyes and voices were filled with fear. There was even the sound of sobbing in their voices. If they could move now, they would have run as far away as they could. It was especially so for the 3 people who were closest to the blood-eyed black macaque. Their expressions were as if they had been tied up and fed feces. It was as uncomfortable as it could be. The blood-eyed black macaque walked over step by step. From its heavy footsteps, Zhou Wen knew that it was still affected by the power of Teacher Square. However, it didn't suffer as significant an effect as them. Just as the blood-eyed black macaque was about to reach the crowd, a man suddenly stood up and shouted at the macaque, "How can we allow you to taint the holy land of Teacher Square? Leave." Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised. He never expected someone to be able to stand up while reciting. On careful look, he saw that it was Zhu Tong. At that moment, Zhu Tong's entire body was emitting a kind of aura. That aura was formless and intangible. It wasn't as resplendent as divine light, nor was it as grand as Buddhistic light. It was an indescribable aura. Everyone was overjoyed. They had thought that they were doomed for sure, But they didn't expect Zhu Tong to stand up to resist the blood-eyed black macaque. They felt that there was hope. Zhu Tong was already an epic expert, so he should be able to kill the blood-eyed black macaque. After all, no high-level dimensional creature had ever appeared near Mount Confucius. The blood-eyed black macaque didn't retreat because of Zhu Tong's berating and imposing manner. Instead, it became even more ferocious. A bloody light flashed in its eyes as its majestic body broke through the sound barrier. With a sonic boom, it threw a violent punch at Zhu Tong. Pervading heaven and earth is the aura of righteousness. A righteous heart empowers. Zhu Tong's words seemed to be augmented by a magical power. As he spoke, the righteous aura in his body became even stronger. It was as if his entire being was enveloped by the righteousness that pervaded the world. At the instant the blood-eyed black macaque rushed in front of him, Zhu Tong's palm also struck it with a terrifying force that was akin to the sea or dragon. What a powerful essence-energy skill! Zhou Wen was somewhat surprised. The power of Zhu Tong's palm strike was extremely powerful at the epic stage. Boom! Zhu Tong's palm collided with the blood-eyed black macaque's claw, producing a terrifying shockwave that sent the people beside him staggering. Meanwhile, Zhu Tong flew out like a runaway kite and slammed into the mountain rocks, causing him to vomit blood. After struggling a few times, he got up and sat there. As he vomited blood, he chanted ancient texts. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. In their eyes, Zhu Tong was already an invincible existence since he was able to forcefully resist the power of Teacher Square. However, such a powerful Zhu Tong was severely injured by the blood-eyed black macaque's attack. He even lost the ability to resist the mysterious power of Teacher Square. No matter how serious his injuries were, he had to sit there and recite. Everyone was horrified, but they could only sit there and recite. No words to describe their feelings any longer. The blood-eyed black macaque roared and extended its claws to grab a person in front of it. Its nails were as sharp as daggers. If one were to be swiped by them, 5 bloody holes would probably appear on their head. Zhou Wen frowned slightly. He couldn't use any companion beasts on Teacher Square. Even his essence energy, art, and body were suppressed, preventing him from summoning any companion beasts. What are those 2 fellows doing outside? Why aren't they coming over to help? Zhou Wen realized that the antelope and chick were standing on a distant mountain path. They were looking over, but they had no intention of coming over to help. It was as though they were watching a show. Zhou Wen couldn't help but curse inwardly. I raised you all this while for nothing. To think you are there watching this with relish. Don't you know that people will die? It's fine if others die, but I'm here. Wouldn't I end up dying with them later? That's not right. They cultivate in Confucian essence energy arts, but I'm different. I can switch to the Tao Sutra and be sent out by the power of Teacher Square. With a thought, Zhou Wen didn't hesitate to switch to Tao Sutra. Zhou Wen originally wanted to think of a way to save them after he left, but he realized that Sister Gui and company were too close to the blood-eyed black macaque. It would probably be too late by the time he returned. Forget it. I was planning on trying to see if the jade infant can be reconstituted after collapsing anyway. I'll give it a try now. At the instant Zhou Wen switched to the Tao body, he unleashed the power of the jade infant. Boom! The terrifying power on Teacher Square struck Zhou Wen like divine lightning from the 9 heavens. The Jade Infant suffered an extremely terrifying taboo attack. Zhou Wen sat motionless on the ground as he forcefully endured the terrifying taboo force. Taking advantage of the instant his body could move, he drew his saber and slashed at the blood-eyed black macaque. Everyone was already in despair. The people who were going to bear the brunt of the attack in the first wave had already closed their eyes in resignation. However, a blood-colored saber beam suddenly flashed. The blood-eyed black macaque's body was split into two as both pieces fell to the sides. Chapter 722, Heaven Opening Scripture of the Highest Elder. As they watched the blood-eyed black macaque die, everyone felt as though they had escaped death. They were still in disbelief. Even Zhu Tong wasn't a match for the blood-eyed black macaque. Who had halved it? Their heads couldn't move, but their eyeballs could. Everyone looked in the direction of the saber beam and saw Zhou Wen sitting on the ground with a saber in hand. The blade had already returned to its scabbard. "It's him." The girl sitting beside Sister Gui was taken aback. She couldn't believe that Zhou Wen was the one who had killed the blood-eyed black macaque. Zhou Wen had returned the saber to its scabbard, but he sat there motionless with his eyes closed. He wasn't sent flying by the power of Teacher Square, nor did he continue reciting. As Zhou Wen forcefully resisted the rules of Teacher Square, the Jade Infant suffered the brunt of the terrifying taboo power. It didn't last long before shattering. With the Jade Infant shattered, Zhou Wen originally imagined that he would be severely injured. At best, he would vomit blood, but the worst situation would be having his Tao Sutra crippled. However, that wasn't the case. After the Jade Infant shattered, the power that formed the life soul didn't dissipate. Instead, it reformed again and completed the restructuring in an instant. The reassembled life soul looked extremely strange. Its appearance was completely different from the Jade Infant's. It had turned into something extremely strange. Now, his life soul looked like a book, but he couldn't open it. There were no words on the cover. Zhou Wen couldn't sense any powerful force from the ancient book like Life Soul, but he knew that the Tao Sutra Life Soul had successfully advanced. This was because he was currently in Teacher Square. The Tao Sutra in his body was still circulating, but the taboo power in Teacher Sutra seemed to have vanished. It was completely useless against him. When he opened his eyes and looked around, he saw that Sister Gui and company were still reciting under the power of Teacher Square. Zhou Wen knew that he had really succeeded. With his life soul complete, Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to continue listening to their recital. He got up and said to Sister Gui, "Sister Gui, thank you for taking care of me these past few days. I'm leaving." Zhou Wen didn't really like farewells. Coincidentally, Sister Gui was still reciting, so she couldn't speak to him. Zhou Wen waved at her before turning around and walking out of Teacher Square. He quickly left Mount Confucius with the antelope and chick. When everyone saw that Zhou Wen could move freely on Teacher Square without being affected by its power, they were convinced that he was the person who had killed the blood-eyed black macaque. When the recital ended, everyone regained their freedom. I could tell long ago that little Zhou is extraordinary. I was right. Bullshit. You always like to call him silly. What do you know? I was just joking with him. How can an ordinary person have such great perseverance? He's clearly not an ordinary person. I've long seen how different he is. I don't think he's even 20 years old. To have such a cultivation level, he probably comes from the families of the 6 heroes, right? I think it's very likely. Apart from the families of the 6 heroes, which family can nurture such a young talent? Sister Gui couldn't take it anymore. She rolled her eyes at them and said, "Which of the 6 hero families have the surname Zhou?" Apparently none. Everyone looked at each other, momentarily unable to guess Zhou Wen's origins. The girl looked in the direction Zhou Wen had left with mixed feelings. Zhou Wen left 5 Dragons' Mouth. His identity had definitely been exposed this time, so he didn't head to the other dimensional zones. The main reason was that he hadn't found the tiny palm symbol at 5 Dragons' Mouth. If he were to stay here to study it, it would probably take him more than a year to figure out the entire 5 Dragons' Mouth dimensional zone. When he arrived at an uninhabited spot, he summoned the great Might Vajra bull. As Zhou Wen rode the bull, he checked the game's information. The Tao body's life soul was no longer God's retreat. It had changed again. Heaven opening scripture of the highest elder, perfect body. Before the chaos was separated, there was no heaven or earth, no yin or yang, no sun or moon, no crystal or light, no east or west, no south or north, no front or back, no source or sink. Infinite changes, grand and majestic, formless and intangible, natural and mysterious. Destitution to the limits, boundless and immeasurable, only the highest elder. Zhou Wen didn't understand what the introduction meant, but it sounded very impressive even though he didn't know what it was for. In the past, Zero Taboo and God's retreat could only exist in his consciousness and not be summoned. Now that it had transformed into the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder, Zhou Wen's mind stirred. The life soul that resembled an ancient jade scripture appeared in front of him. Despite it clearly being named heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder, there wasn't a single word on it. Zhou Wen couldn't open it either. After studying it for a while, he realized that its use was only to resist taboo powers. He didn't discover any other effects. Zhou Wen tried in Netherworld City again, and realized that the taboo power in Netherworld City was useless against the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder. Only now could Zhou Wen be said to be truly a person of 0 taboos. The jade infant from God's retreat couldn't last long in Netherworld City. Zhou Wen wasn't willing to be tortured, so he hadn't been able to reach the Netherworld divine throne in-game. Now that he had the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder, none of the taboos were effective against Zhou Wen and the blood-colored avatar. Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to walk along the stone path that didn't even reveal the numbers. However, when he stepped onto the stone slab, punishment ghosts would still appear. Zhou Wen casually killed them and quickly reached the Netherworld divine throne. Yet, he didn't see City Lord Netherworld in-game. After Zhou Wen sounded the golden bell, the golden divine throne automatically separated, revealing the door to leave. After leaving the door, the blood-colored avatar came out of the Netherworld City dungeon. Is this all there is to the Netherworld City dungeon? There isn't even a mythical boss. Zhou Wen felt that something was amiss. Thinking back to what City Lord Netherworld had said to him, Zhou Wen's heart stirred. Could it be that I really have to pay a visit to all the torture chambers, as City Lord Netherworld said, and endure all the punishments before I can see the real Netherworld City? What is the real Netherworld City? Zhou Wen was very interested in the secrets of Netherworld City, but he gave up when he thought of the punishments. When I have the chance in the future, I'll take Lai Xuan to Netherworld City in real life and let him suffer the punishments. Then, I'll know what the real Netherworld City is like. Zhou Wen placed his sights on Lai Qiuan. After Zhou Wen left 5 Dragon's Mouth, his deeds spread around the area. Everyone nearby knew of this young man, but they didn't know his name. All they knew was that his surname was Zhou. Even so, this matter was still detected by the Bureau. Chapter 723, The Antelope Leads the Way. Minister Kaio, are you sure the person who appeared at 5 Dragon's Mouth is Zhou Wen? Shen Yuchai asked with a frown as he looked at the report delivered by Kaio Siyuan. I've confirmed his age and appearance. It matches Zhou Wen in many areas, Kaio Siyuan answered respectfully. It's normal for young people at this age to have similar looks, Shen Yuchai said. Director General, you're right. However, I still think that the young man who appeared at 5 Dragon's Mouth is Zhou Wen, Kaio Siyuan said. What evidence do you have? Shen Yuchai asked. We're still investigating, but there's nothing new for the time being. However, my intuition tells me that it's Zhou Wen, Kaio Siyuan said with certainty. Shen Yuchai wasn't angered by Kaio Siyuan's seemingly irresponsible words. In fact, in their line of work, their intuition was sometimes very accurate. Intuition wasn't just a blind guess. It was a sharp sense of an event's systematic development that they had honed after experiencing countless incidents. If that young man is Zhou Wen, why do you think he went to 5 Dragon's Mouth? What's his next destination? Shen Yuchai said after some thought. According to intelligence, someone has been seeing Zhou Wen in the vicinity of Luoyang recently. However, I feel that this may be a ruse from the N family. Their goal is to cover Zhou Wen. According to this inference, Zhou Wen's goal isn't as simple as staying at 5 Dragon's Mouth for a period of time. Kaio Siyuan paused before continuing. I'm guessing that Zhou Wen won't be returning to Luoyang next. According to his current trajectory, he should be heading north. I think he might come to the imperial capital. There are so many cities in the north. Why do you think that he will definitely come to the imperial capital? Shen Yuchai frowned. I don't have any evidence yet, but it's best to make some preparations, Kaio Siyuan said. That's right. However, Zhou Wen has already reached a certain level of attainment. Even without the An family's protection, it won't be easy to touch him, Shen Yuchai said after some thought. Director General, why don't you discuss it with the Xia family? Perhaps they are also interested in Zhou Wen, Kaio Siyuan said. Shen Yuchai naturally understood what Kaio Siyuan was referring to. He glanced at Kaio Siyuan and said meaningfully, Then help me make a trip to the Xia family and inform them of this matter. Yes, sir. Kaio Siyuan received the order. After Kaio Siyuan left, the woman Shen Yuchai called Button walked out. Shen Yuchai looked at the documents and said, What's your take? Kaio Siyuan's attention on Zhou Wen seems to have exceeded the attention he places on Wang Minjuan's other disciples, said Button. Are you saying that he has ulterior motives for Zhou Wen? Shen Yuchai looked up at Button. I don't know. I've investigated him. Just as you said, Director General, this person is too simple. His life seems to revolve around nothing but work. He doesn't have any obvious personal hobbies, no wife, children, family, or friends. He doesn't even have a lover. He doesn't eat, drink, prostitute, or gamble. It's hard to imagine how he does it given his age and status, said Button. Perhaps he's a workaholic, Shen Yuchai said. Button's red lips curled up slightly as she continued. You can say that, but as a workaholic, He doesn't seem to be so focused on other parts of his work. Then why do you think Zhou Wen mentioned the Xia family? Xianxia continued. There's no way to deduce it for the time being. However, from what I know, in the past few decades, there have been many young geniuses who died young, and all of them have something to do with the Xia family. If the Xia family learns of Zhou Wen's arrival in the imperial capital, perhaps there's really no need for you to think about it, Director General. Then let's take a wait-and-see approach for now. Shen Yuchai lowered his head and continued working. Zhou Wen traversed mountains and forests. Although the dimensional storms had brought a huge calamity to humanity, Earth was brimming with vitality. It was unlike the past, where everywhere was filled with buildings made of concrete and steel. What are you doing? It's not over there. We're going this way. When they reached a fork in the road, Zhou Wen was supposed to take the left fork, but the antelope actually walked to the right. The antelope ignored him and bit Zhou Wen's sleeve as it walked to the right, forcing him to follow. What's here? Why do you have to walk this way? Zhou Wen found it odd. Although the antelope had been very willful and aloof in the past, it had never interfered with Zhou Wen's actions. This time, the antelope had taken the initiative to alter his path. This left Zhou Wen somewhat puzzled. The antelope didn't answer as it walked ahead, as though it hadn't heard Zhou Wen. If Zhou Wen stopped and didn't leave, it would come over to pull him back. Zhou Wen studied the map. The right fork was originally a road, but because there were too many dimensional zones there, as well as the appearance of many breakout creatures, it was abandoned due to the danger. Zhou Wen felt that there was definitely something going on, and he was somewhat intrigued. He wanted to know what the antelope was up to, so he followed it. However, Zhou Wen summoned 6 Wing to prevent any accidents. He hadn't managed to successfully create a substitute talisman yet. He had drawn quite a number of them whenever he was free, but unfortunately, he hadn't succeeded. The success rate of producing a substitute talisman was just too low. Due to the encroachment of the plants on both sides of the originally spacious road, many branches and roots were strewn across the road. Green vines crawled everywhere. The trees on both sides of the road were extremely tall. The tree crowns were squeezed together, blocking out the sunlight. Zhou Wen felt that walking on the road was no different from walking in a forest. As he walked, Zhou Wen suddenly felt that something was amiss. There were trees everywhere, but there wasn't a single bird or insect in the huge forest. The entire forest was terrifyingly quiet. Zhou Wen had already expanded Truth Listener's range to its limits, but he still didn't discover any animals. There wasn't even an ant. How can this be? Zhou Wen couldn't help but frown as he secretly became wary. The antelope remained oblivious as it continued walking ahead. The chick stood on Zhou Wen's shoulder and looked around curiously. Where are you going? Zhou Wen asked the antelope in front of him. The antelope didn't know how to speak at all. Even if it could speak, it had no intention of answering Zhou Wen. Just as Zhou Wen was hesitating about following it down, it suddenly left the road and burrowed into the grass beside it. It was a dense grass patch, and many vines coiled together. After the antelope entered, it immediately vanished. Thankfully, Zhou Wen had Truth Listener and could see the situation in the grass. After the antelope burrowed into the grass, it continued walking in. Soon, it arrived at an empty spot. The empty spot was rather strange. There were dense plants all around, but there was not a single blade of grass growing in that small area. It was as if a strong weed killer had been used. Chapter 724, 100% Head Turner. The antelope walked to the clearing and began digging with its hooves. Could there be some treasure buried there? Zhou Wen was curious as he burrowed into the grass and quickly arrived beside the clearing. The antelope dug very quickly. By the time Zhou Wen arrived, it had already dug more than a meter deep. The soil dug out was piled up beside it. When Zhou Wen saw the soil, he immediately knew why there weren't any plants growing here. The antelope wasn't digging out soil, but grayish-black ash. It looked like it was mixed with some form of metallic powder. He looked into the pit and saw that there was indeed metallic powder underneath. "Auntie, what are you digging?" Zhou Wen asked curiously. The antelope ignored him and continued digging. Zhou Wen thought to himself, this antelope usually acts like a big shot. It sees everything beneath it and is the laziest. It's like a lord that enjoys life and doesn't do anything. Now that it's digging a hole by itself, there must be something good down there. With this in mind, Zhou Wen said with a smile, "Auntie, it's not convenient for you to dig with your hooves. Why don't I help you dig? If there's anything good down there, why don't you share half with me?" The antelope glanced at him, and after some thought, it raised its front hooves and gestured at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was puzzled as he thought to himself, "You only have a hoof. There aren't any fingers. What does your gesturing mean?" Seeing that he didn't understand, the antelope wrote 20% on the ground. Only then did Zhou Wen understand what the antelope meant by its hoof gesture. There was a groove in front of its hooves, making it look like a V. It could also represent 2. 20% is too little. How about 40-60? The antelope ignored him and continued digging. "So be it. 20%. I'll help you dig." Zhou Wen felt that he had nothing better to do. He could help dig and save time. Furthermore, he could split the benefits. Why not? The antelope jumped out of the hole and pointed down, indicating for him to dig. Why would Zhou Wen dig it himself? He summoned Tyrant Behemoth. The 2 horns on Tyrant Behemoth's head were like spinning electric drills as it dug at a fast speed. What surprised Zhou Wen was that the metallic powder below was indeed extraordinary. Despite Tyrant Behemoth's immense strength, it failed to easily penetrate the metallic powder. After drilling for a while, it had dug a hole more than 10 meters deep. The metallic powder it dug out turned darker and darker like coal. Furthermore, the metallic powder had a smell. It wasn't pungent, but it resembled the smell of ink on a newspaper. "Auntie, what's down there? How deep do we have to dig?" Zhou Wen knew that the antelope was very intelligent and could definitely answer him. It depended on its willingness to speak. The antelope extended its hoof and drew 2 words on the ground, 8 meters. There are still 8 meters to go. It looks like this digging will go on for a little while longer. Zhou Wen did some calculations. The metallic powder was getting harder to dig the deeper it went. He estimated that it would have to dig for another 40 to 50 minutes. After some thought, he decided to take out his phone to grind dungeons for a while. He would wait until Tyrant Behemoth dug out the item. After grinding dungeons for a while, he didn't get anything good. The antelope suddenly nudged him with its hooves. Zhou Wen knew that something had been dug out. He walked to the side of the deep pit and looked down. He saw that Tyrant Behemoth had dug a 20 to 30 meter deep pit. However, Tyrant Behemoth's body was too huge. It nearly blocked the entire mouth of the pit. Zhou Wen had no choice but to let it out before looking down. This time, he saw something in the deep pit. It looked like a wooden stake with a diameter of about 50 to 60 centimeters. It was completely black, but there were tree lines on the surface. It was probably wood. The antelope pointed at the log and nudged Zhou Wen. Clearly, it wanted Zhou Wen to bring the log up. Although the log looked huge, Zhou Wen had plenty of strength too. Even if it weighed several tons, it wouldn't be a problem for him. However, Zhou Wen didn't wish to take the risk. He got Tyrant Behemoth to go down and pull out the wooden stake. Tyrant Behemoth hugged the wooden stake with its claws and pulled with all its might. The wooden stake wasn't pulled straight out. It only moved a little and rose by 10 to 20 centimeters. Tyrant Behemoth pulled it out bit by bit, revealing more and more of the wooden stake. When the wooden stake was completely out, it was about 3 meters long. Tyrant Behemoth placed the wooden stake on the ground. Zhou Wen carefully sized it up and realized that it was indeed a log. It was likely a segment of a certain tree, and the bark was rather pristine. Zhou Wen didn't know what kind of log it was. The bark and tree core were black, about the blackness of charcoal, but it wasn't dirty at all when touched. It was a little cold. "Auntie, is this the treasure?" Zhou Wen asked the antelope. The antelope nodded and circled the log a few times as though it was examining something. "What's the use of this log?" Zhou Wen didn't discover anything special about it. Apart from being a little black and heavy, it didn't seem to be anything special. The antelope pointed at the log and then at Zhou Wen's shoulder, indicating for him to carry it. "If you don't have a place to put it, I'll help you store it." "Ask me when you need it," Zhou Wen hurriedly said. The antelope glanced at Zhou Wen, making him feel a little uncertain. However, he never expected the antelope to nod in agreement. Zhou Wen was overjoyed as he reached out to lift the log. He realized that it wasn't as heavy as he imagined. He could still lift it. Zhou Wen originally imagined that he wouldn't be able to lift it since Tyrant Behemoth had exerted so much strength to pull it out. After opening the chaos space, Zhou Wen placed the large log piece inside. "Auntie, what's the use of that log?" "Tell me." Zhou Wen wanted to obtain some information from the antelope. Otherwise, it would be useless even if the entire log was his. The antelope ignored him and crawled out of the grass before returning along the path. Clearly, it was here to dig up the log and didn't plan on disturbing Zhou Wen's advance. After returning to the fork, Zhou Wen took the correct path and continued heading for Imperial Capital. After walking for a while, Zhou Wen suddenly felt something amiss. He felt uncomfortable, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Am I reading too much into it? Zhou Wen carefully checked his surroundings with Truth Listener, but he didn't discover any problems. After a long journey, he entered a city. That's when Zhou Wen realized that something was amiss. This was because the people walking towards him, be they men or women, were looking at him with strange eyes. Some women were even giggling at his face. What's going on? Zhou Wen was puzzled. Although he felt that he was good-looking, his handsomeness wasn't to the point of being loved by everyone. To be such a head-turner with a 100% rate creeped him out a little. Chapter 725. Riding a Bull and Carrying Wood. Zhou Wen hurriedly found an empty spot and took out a mirror from his chaos space to take a look at his face. Zhou Wen was immediately stunned. There was a pitch-black word, slave, on his originally smooth forehead. It looked as if it had been written in ink, and was written beautifully. Auntie, what's going on? Are you up to no good? Zhou Wen hurriedly rubbed it with his hand, but no matter how he rubbed it, the word slave seemed to be embedded into his flesh. Despite abrading his skin, the word slave was still clearly visible. The antelope wore an innocent expression like a human. Then, it wrote a line on the ground with its hooves. I told you to carry it, but you didn't. You can't blame me. You mean that piece of wood? Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback. The antelope nodded with a faint smile as it looked at the word slave on Zhou Wen's head with an admiring gaze. Zhou Wen hurriedly took out the wooden log from the chaos space and placed it on the ground. He asked the antelope in an extremely distrustful tone, "Tell me honestly, what is this?" The antelope looked at Zhou Wen with an innocent look as though it was saying, "I'm just an antelope. I can't speak." Zhou Wen had no choice but to grit his teeth and ask, "Will the word on my forehead disappear if I carry it?" The antelope quickly nodded, as though it was waiting for Zhou Wen to say that. Zhou Wen had tried all sorts of methods to remove the mark on his forehead, to no avail. All he could do was give it a try. He raised one end of the log with both hands and lifted it with his shoulder. The log was really heavy. Even with Zhou Wen's strength, he found it difficult to lift it up. However, when Zhou Wen looked into the mirror, he realized that the slave word on his forehead had really vanished. Zhou Wen placed the log on the ground, and the word slave appeared again. When he lifted it up, it vanished. Auntie, what the hell is this? Are you expecting me to carry it all the time? Zhou Wen felt like killing the antelope, but he was no match against it. Antelope didn't give excuses. It drew another line of words on the ground with its hooves. Go to the imperial capital and terminate the contract. You mean that as long as we get it to the imperial capital, we can terminate this contract? Zhou Wen asked. Seeing the antelope nod, Zhou Wen asked, Then can I put it away and take it to the imperial capital? Zhou Wen planned on wearing a hat to cover the word slave on his forehead. The log was just too heavy. He could forget about doing anything while carrying it. If you aren't afraid of death, sure. The antelope wrote a few succinct words. Zhou Wen immediately felt his balls ache as he thought to himself, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have shot my mouth and tried to share the benefits with the antelope. Suddenly, Zhou Wen realized that something was amiss. With the antelope's usual lazy personality, it wouldn't have dug itself. It would definitely have gotten Zhou Wen to help it. However, it had started the digging itself, and at an extremely slow pace. Zhou Wen realized from recalling the sequence of events that the antelope was clearly trying to entice him into offering his help. What kind of society is this? Even an antelope will lie. Zhou Wen was somewhat depressed. It was too late to say anything now. If he were to question the antelope now, not only would it not help matters, but he would also be making a fool of himself. Isn't it just carrying a log to the imperial capital? What's the big deal? I, Zhou Wen, have nothing else but strength, Zhou Wen said as he lifted the piece of wood. How freaking heavy. Zhou Wen took a few steps and felt his body break out in sweat. The log was about 3 meters long and was about 50 to 60 centimeters in diameter. Its density and weight were about the same as steel. Zhou Wen found it taxing. After walking half a street, Zhou Wen felt that he couldn't let things continue. He would probably die of exhaustion on the way, before he reached the imperial capital. After some thought, Zhou Wen summoned the great Might Vajra bull. He carried the wooden log and got the bull to carry him. This way, he could save some strength. This isn't against the rules, right? Zhou Wen looked at the antelope. The antelope nodded and didn't object. Zhou Wen heaved a sigh of relief and ordered the great Might Vajra bull to continue traveling. He was in no mood to carry such a piece of wood. All he wanted to do now was rush to the imperial capital and get rid of the slave word on his forehead. Is that person a fool? He's riding a bull and carrying a piece of wood. Doesn't he know that he can place the piece of wood on the bull's back? You don't understand. He's just showing off. In what sense? He's showing off his great strength that he's able to carry such a huge log. He's showing off his ferocious mount that's capable of lifting him and the log together. Ha ha, that makes sense, but no matter how I look at it, I find him a little foolish. Wherever Zhou Wen passed, people wagged their tongues at him as though they were looking at a fool. The number of heads turning became even higher than before. Zhou Wen ignored them and urged the great Might Vajra bull to speed up. He hoped to leave the city as soon as possible. Once he entered the wilderness, there wouldn't be so many people gawking at him. Interesting. On the second floor of a cafe, 3 men were sitting by the window and drinking coffee. One of the men saw Zhou Wen riding the great Might Vajra bull. The other 2 men looked towards the street and immediately discovered Zhou Wen. One of the men's eyes suddenly lit up as he said to the other 2 men, "Dugu Ji, Xianxia, why don't we use that person as a bet and decide the ownership of that thing?" "Tell me about it," Dugu Ji said expressionlessly. Xianxia also smiled and nodded. "As long as it's fair, I have no objections." "It's definitely fair. Let's guess when that person will put down the log on his shoulder. Whoever guesses the closest time will get the thing." "What do you think?" Zia Liuchuan said. "Sure," Dugu Ji said directly. "I have no objections," said Zhang Chengqiu. You guys actually didn't suspect that I arranged this person. Could it be that you guys know him?" Zia Liuchuan asked, a little surprised. "Wang Minjuan's disciple, adopted son of Madame Lan of the Yin family. It's quite difficult to not know him these days," Zhang Chengqiu said. "So he's Zhou Wen." Zia Liuchuan thought for a moment before smiling again. "That's good. None of us will be at a disadvantage by using a third party as a bet. It'll be fair and square. No one will complain even if they lose." After a pause, Zia Liuchuan continued, "If it were an ordinary person, after hearing so much from wagging tongues, he would probably put down the log very quickly. Since he's not an ordinary person, it depends on when he plans to put down the log to rest. I guess it won't take long. It should be around 7 in the evening. What do you think?"